Red Bull's Hangar 7 in Austria, yeah. Oh yeah, they have a Mitchell, man. They have a B-25 that flies, which is really cool. That's cool that Red Bull is into restoring airplanes and stuff. I mean, I'm a Ferrari fan, but I like that. And I do like Christian Horner. Christian Horner's cool. All right, guys. We're on mission mode, part 176. Let's do this. Yeah, I know, Panza, I know. See your last. What's up, baby? Not you, Chat Primo. There's beef and broccoli here when you want it. Oh, okay. I'll have that for dinner. Has the docking board strut issue been resolved in KSP yet? Still no hotfix on the latest version, Jim. That's why I rolled back. According to my basic math, we're on episode 178. All right. 178 it is. But dude, I'll be honest with you guys. I gained a lot of respect for Jeff Bezos today from that stream. I really did. I mean, I already respected the guy, and people freaking hated me for it. Any KSP2 news? Nothing yet, Straven, but there was actually a show and tell that I missed the other day that we didn't show on stream. I think that would be a good way to start it. Here, let me go over to Kerbal Space Program. Are you guys going to do more car shows with the GTA update? Yeah, I think so. I thought they did another one, but guess not. Hi, question. How is the altitude measured by rockets? Is there something on board or is it laser targeted? It depends on the rocket, Sky Colored. It depends, dude. There's plenty of different ways to have a rocket figure out where it is. Early rockets would, like, we're talking like in the 60s. Early rockets, actually, they had computers on them. Rockets, well, not computers on them. That's not the right way to say that. Early rockets had, they didn't put the computers on them, but they put radio antennas on them. And the radio, they worked like a remote control almost, like you'd use an RC car. But there was a computer the size of an office building controlling the vehicle. And it was since an ICBM really only needs to go up, and then once it goes over the hill, it's fire and forget. I don't think you don't really need to worry about where it lands. It would communicate back a signal with the ground station, and the ground station would have all the avionics. Now, later, when we figured out how to miniaturize stuff, we started putting that stuff on the rocket to make it a little simpler. That happened in the 70s. And so how does that work? Well, there's a couple of different ways. Ground stations is the right one. Rockets just communicating straight up with the ground. They can figure out where they are in relation using multiple ground stations. Very simple way to do it. After that, you could use GPS if you really wanted to, but GPS only works to medium Earth orbit, and then after that, it becomes pretty useless. The satellites are pointed towards Earth, not away. But then again, that's not necessarily how GPS works. Later, NASA uses something like SpaceX for their launches. They still use ground stations, but they also use radar. Falcon 9 uses a radar on board. But the radar is not used how you think. The radar is not used for the stage to know where it is. The radar on Falcon 9 is actually used on the first stage when it comes back down so it can hone in on the drone ship and land. They paint the drone ship with a radar reflective surface, so if you're bouncing a radar signal in the middle of the ocean, right, you could see the metal. It'll be, the Falcon 9 will see it and it'll steer to it, which is actually pretty cool. Yeah, I put Gary in here. So there's plenty of different ways, Sky, that rockets have used to fly through space. NASA uses what's called, nowadays for their stuff, they use TDRS for stuff in low Earth orbit. The Tracking Data and Relay System. Here, short video.
In the late 1970s, satellites such as the Nimbus 7 satellite relied on NASA's ground stations located around the world to provide a communication network. This ground-based network could only provide communication over 15% of the satellite's orbit. With its ever-expanding orbiting fleet of satellites and manned spaceflights, NASA had to increase the coverage and develop an improved way to track and communicate. In 1983, NASA launched the first of a series of new communication and navigation satellites that would rely less on international ground stations and provide continuous coverage. Tracking and Data Relay Satellites, TDRS, are a network of geosynchronous communication satellites that work in conjunction with two ground stations. Today, NASA's fleet of spacecraft and launch vehicles, like the Tropical Rainfall Measuring Mission,
or the ISS,
can communicate and navigate with the help of TDRS. This interaction between TDRS and the spacecraft is a series of complicated signals that guarantees that every Earth-orbiting spacecraft will have nearly non-stop coverage. The International Space Station, ISS, routes voice and video communications along with data through the TDRS fleet. The Hubble Space Telescope also utilizes the full capabilities of TDRS. TDRS supports the Hubble's real-time interactions with the ground systems, allowing observers to make small adjustments to its observatory system. TDRS provides the Earth-observing system of satellites, such as the Aura spacecraft, with low-latency data relay and navigation data. The TDRS network sends all of these data streams and voice communications to either the White Sands complex in New Mexico or the Guam Remote Ground Terminal. Guam then transmits the data it receives to White Sands. The White Sands complex then relays it to the end user at their missions operations centers. As long as there's space exploration, TDRS will be working side by side with spacecraft and end user, providing continuous connectivity for navigation, data, and voice communications.
So, Skycolor, now, TDRS does stuff that's in Earth's vicinity. Once you get past the magnetic field, pretty much, actually, it's not really past the magnetic field. Once you get past geostationary and start getting to places out by the moon, you got a little bit of a different communication system. All the tracking data and relay satellites are facing in towards Earth, so they're only going to be able to track to a certain extent. After that, you use this. After that, NASA, to figure out where their probes are in space, they use this. The DSN, the Deep Space Network. A critical piece of spaceflight infrastructure. For real, we wouldn't know where anything is beyond freaking geostationary if it wasn't for this. The Deep Space Network consists of 3 deep space tracking stations that are triangulated around Earth. One is in Goldstone, California. The other one is in Madrid, Spain, and the other one's in Canberra, Australia. These consist of a bunch of different radio antennas that can get up to 70 meters in diameter. Like, whenever you see, like you watch like those UFO shows on the History Channel and stuff, and they're like, could we really communicate with an alien spacecraft? And it shows pictures of the radio antennas spinning back and forth. That's the Deep Space Network. Like the ones out in the desert, yeah, that's DSN. So this is how we communicate with stuff that's beyond the tracking data and relay system. Note that the 3 dishes have convergence angles right around geosynchronous, right? They converge just before geosynchronous. Why? Well, TDRS is where this dotted line is. The finer dotted line is where the tracking data and relay systems are. So TDRS and the Deep Space Network have a little bit of overlapping coverage just to be sure. But these things can communicate with stuff as far out as, well, out of our solar system. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 are well out of our solar system. They're beyond the heliopause. And these things can communicate with them. These things. Look at that. That's a freaking big dish. Now, you're wondering about the size. Look at the stairway by the mouse cursor. Look at the staircase right there. That should give you a good indicator of how big this thing actually is. 70 meters. So that's a 70-meter dish at Goldstone. That is as tall as Super Heavy. The diameter on this is as wide as Super Heavy is tall, or an SLS core stage. I actually wonder about the power it needs. Well, you only need to power something like this, Ando. Parabolic antennas shoot a converging signal. But what it's doing is it's bouncing radio signals off of this dish, and that dish is not amplifying the signal, but it's taking it and converging the signal, because radio waves. So like if you have the initial dish right here and you transmit kind of like this. Right? You transmit basically in 180 degrees. That's like what a radio station would do, right? What they're doing is they have a huge dish here, right? And they bounce it, and then it goes like this into a converging signal. That's what a parabolic antenna does. So the cool thing about this sky color is, check this out. There's a website called DSN Now by NASA Eyes out of JPL. eyes.nasa.gov/DSN. You can see what the DSN is communicating with right now in real time. Because it's all civilian stuff. That's what this is used for. This is used for NASA stuff. The Department of Defense doesn't use this. Well, at least we don't think they do. But you can see exactly what each dish is communicating with right now. Let's look at Madrid 56. Mars Odyssey. It's communicating with Perseverance right now and the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. So that dish is pointed at Mars. 55 is communicating with Maven and Curiosity. Canberra 35 and 34 are shooting signals at Voyager 2. And Canberra 43 is communicating with Juno. There's OSIRIS-REx from Goldstone 14, which is the 70-meter dish. OSIRIS-REx was the asteroid sampling thing where they took the vacuum cleaner and they punched the asteroid with a vacuum cleaner and sucked up the material and put it inside the little carry case. That's scheduled to come back. That's an asteroid sample return mission. And then there's the ACES, the Advanced Composition Report. I don't know too much about that. My guess is that it's solar observation because the sun's in the picture. There's the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, Goldstone. Once again, overlapping signals. We got two dishes on two different sides of the world communicating with the same spacecraft. Pretty cool, huh? SpaceX just uses regular ground tracking stations, Drummer, except if they're working with NASA. If they're working with NASA, then they use TDRS. Same with Starliner. Starliner, when it launches on OFT-2 on the 30th, will use it will use TDRS as well. Can they still talk with Voyager 1? Yeah, sure, of course. What's the current largest dish? Goldstone, Madrid, and Canberra all have 70-meter dishes. That's a little over 200 feet and change. That's for the DSN. There are bigger dishes. There's Arecibo, which was the biggest radio antenna. There's a dish in China that's bigger than Arecibo now, but Arecibo collapsed recently. They're gonna rebuild it though, so that's good. Yeah, 70 meters, Chuck. That's a 22-story building in diameter. It's huge. Anyway, yeah, that stuff's really cool. I hope they give us better deep space communication stuff in KSP. That would be really cool, because right now it's just, okay, just make a bigger antenna. That's not necessarily always what you need, but it's a Falcon 9 size dish. You're about the wingspan of a 747, T-Man. Yep. What's the large multi-dish array in New Mexico? Dude, we have all kinds of listening posts like that around. Let me see what this one does. The very large array. Let's see. Yeah, these are the ones that the sci-fi, that all the alien stuff shows. What is this one used for? Let's see. This is, oh, radio astronomy. Yep. We have stuff like, dude, there's stuff like this all around. There's one in West Virginia. People don't know about that. There's a huge radio astronomy antenna in West Virginia. There you go. I guess it collapsed. Have you seen this yet? What is this? Nice to see how Oliver Damon, after about 10 years of dreaming of space, very recognizable, has enjoyed the view and floating. Yeah, see? Oliver's a space nutcase too, man, so hey, that's fine. If he can do outreach and get more people to understand that space is vital, I'm in. That's a good idea. Yeah, there you go, Hellfish. Yeah. Damn, dude. What a pretty place. Where's this? It's carried up to the 5,000 meter plateau of Chajnantor? Where the heck is that? Chile? The Atacama? Large millimeter 7. Dude, look at that place. That's really cool. Oh, I'd love to go see this. Look at, oh, it's pretty freaking beautiful, man. High desert, dude. Hey, Linux, what's up? What command probe do you use? I use a hex probe. Alright, so, where did we leave off? Yeah, there you go, floating. Aren't there communication handoffs to different networks, like for the Moon and Mars? Deep Space Network, T-Man, is used for anything outside of geostationary orbit. The Green Bank that Green Bank dish is the largest steerable dish in existence. It's pretty awesome, Jim. It's pretty awesome, dude. Alright, guys, so we're going to get into KSP. Let's go. And we are going to play KSP. I'll start it over. We're going to play it till the end of the night. I'm not surprised that Oliver studied astronomy in Utrecht. Yeah, he's a space nutcase, dude. I'm pretty sure his dad, he convinced his dad to buy him a ticket. Alright. I'm just going to use the restroom real quick, and then we'll go from there. Let's play. In 2,000 years, archaeologists will wonder why we built mushrooms in the desert. Oh, they'll be long gone by then, man. I'll be right back. 1 second, guys. All right, dudes. Let's see if we have any missions for the SSTO. Did Chair treat you? Did Chair treat you well? Yeah, the next rocket launch is Nauka, dudes. Nauka, baby. All right. Let's go. Marcus said the F word twice. Well, did you time him out? Hang on. Let me see what time that Nauka launch is at. We have an ISS module being launched, 10:54. Hey, good number. Yep. I'm going to have to be here for that. That's why we're playing Kerbal basically to the end of the night. And then we're going to wake up for that. And we're going to have some fun. He timed himself out? All right, well, that's good. Do we have any missions that the SSDO could run while we're doing test flights here? Science data from the space around the moon. I can take that one and see if we can... Alright, guys. I think we were set... We were getting ready for a, for another flight here. This has science equipment on it. Been away for a while. How's the progress on the Space Dorito? Pop, I'm just figuring out the rest of its entry trajectory. Once I get the entry trajectory figured out, man, oh, this thing is going to get real potent. We basically proved that I can turn the thing around incredibly fast. Log pressure data. Transmit the data. Cool. That was an easy contract. And then I think I got another one for science data from the surface of Minmus. What's the best engines for SSDOs in KSP? Vector, Rapier? It honestly depends on what you're building, Senchai. It's application based, man. It really depends. What type of SSTO do you want to make? There we go. We got a signal here. Hey, Linux, what's up, dude? Wait, did you already say hi or am I stupid? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We has no electricity. Now we has no signal. Go around again. We got to do our time warps today anyway. There we go. Got a signal. Okay, making some cash there from our science yields. I didn't hear you respond. What version of KSP? I rolled back, Linux. We're running 11.2. I'm making a plane in Kerbal and the flaps are going different directions when I want to pitch up. How do I fix it? Right click on it, hit deploy direction. Or change the authority limiter to a negative number. You're about to start JNSQ in 112.1. Cool. That has 129 science on board? Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, King, what's going on, man? I think it's almost time that we rotate this crew. So what we need to basically do today is get the small SSTO figured out. I need the rest of the week to get the big boy figured out. That's pretty damn important. Both SSTOs are due by the end of this week, and we basically have one operational right now. So we're gonna need to. We got a lot of work to do, man. The last kind of bit that we need to work on. There are some kinks with the small SSTO's pad that we do need to figure out. The crane exploding is a good example of one that we probably should, you know, figure out. What do we do with the dart up there? I haven't figured that one out yet, Reagan, but it's good to stay there for the long term. Dart can tap off of the station's power, and obviously it doesn't have any consumables. In real life, I'd have to bring it down. I could probably bring it down unmanned because of our communications arrays that we have set up nowadays. KDRS-3 being in the right spot. We could probably bring it down autonomously, but I don't want to leave a crew up there with no immediate way to get home. Dart, I know. I mean, Dart is not a way to get home, that's for sure. Is there a timeline of the mission mode program? I have a mission log. I'm working. We still have yet to figure out a way to implement it on the website, but I log every single mission. Arrow 3 was the last mission. Mission success, minor arrow instability during subsonic descent. Over re-entry trajectory. I don't know what I was trying to type there. Arrow 3 chest. Yeah, we really got to do another arrow test. We really need to. We're going to use 10 again. I want to see you play RO. We have to do 6 days of time warping here. Because I time warped 2 days already up there. 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you remember Demo's fixes? They were implemented, Hellfish. 6. Okay, let's see if we have any good missions. Attach a new part to a satellite around Kerbin. Science data from the space around Minmus. Expand Liberty Station. Nothing. How do we prevent the crate from exploding? I need to basically, the pillars of it, King, need to be made out of something stronger than the SRBs. It shouldn't take much to fix it. One, how much for these 2 contracts? 2. Today, it established a Guinness record for the youngest and the oldest human in space, right? I wonder if a judge was on site to award it. I'd call them. Yeah, maybe. But you didn't play KSP yesterday to be able to add the reaction wheel and extra control surfaces. That was Yarg's fixes, Hellfish, and I don't necessarily want to do those exact fixes. I don't necessarily want to do it that way. I don't really want SAS on there. I don't want more gyros on there than what I already have, dude. Most amount of people in space above 100 kilometers, Invoker. I think Virgin had more because, well, depends on your definition of space. I'm not getting into that today. I don't really want to talk about that. I don't really care. I think Virgin Galactic was more, but yeah, if you want to talk, if your definition of space is above 100 kilometers, that's what I'm more inclined to evaluate as space, then yeah, most people in space. We have the 3 Taikonauts on the Chinese station, 2 Russians up there, and 5 Americans. Well, not 5 Americans. There's 3 Americans, a Japanese astronaut, and a French astronaut. I keep thinking all of Crew 2 is American, but Aki Hoshide and Thomas Pesquet are definitely not. Yeah, floating, I don't know, man. It's arbitrary, dude. It's just needless categorization, in my opinion. Atmospheric fall off is exponential, right? So, I mean, technically our atmosphere ends at the moon if you want to play that game. I think it's an arbitrary number, so instead of just sitting there and trying to contextualize something that's highly subjective and try to solidify something that's highly subjective, I think it's better to just appreciate what's going on. We're literally on the verge of having more ways to get into space in this year than we've had at any particular point in human spaceflight, even during the space race, man. Or is it literally is arbitrary, or is it arbitrary? That was a joke. Did we do the time warps yesterday? I didn't, Swishio. Put this in your reference folder. Oh, that's Jonathan's list, yeah. That's cool. All right. What does this thing have in the payload bay? It still has its fuel. Okay. All right. The launch pad is in good condition, but in order to test my fixes for the crane, I need the launch pad to not be crooked like this. So we're going to have to... I'm going to have to recover it this time around here. Ah, we still have a lot of fuel in there. Maybe we should launch it again. We already have fuel in here. It should only take 3 fuel trucks to fill this thing up. Maybe we should also develop a better fuel truck too. Yeah, Sun Temple, this launch pad design is pretty finalized, man. It's pretty damn good for what it is. Here, let me bring this back into the horizontal state. Yeah, we're getting some pretty gnarly hinge drift there, but it's okay. I mean, I find that even with hinge drift, guys, if you dock stuff to it, it kind of snaps it back into position, which is very interesting. So that's the transporter erector rotational control. Make the fuel truck big enough to fill the bigger SSTO as well. That's a big truck, dude. I mean, Havix, how's that any different than just refueling it every time? Like, let's check what our... I mean, I would say that this pad is still pretty damn usable. Yeah. This pad it could be reused again, but I'm going to recover it, and you know what? I'll put the pad back out with fuel on board, guys. Let's get to flying, dude. I'll pay for the extra, I'll pay for putting the fuel on it. Why not make a truck proof concept, then just cheat it for future uses? That way you aren't recovering and redeploying trucks. Well, Roger, ideally what I want to do is put ISRU control on this thing. So it'll just refine fuel when you're not using the pad, so when we're up doing a mission, pad's making fuel. You know? That's what I would really like to do. That's what I think we should do. Alright, yeah, I'm going to recover the pad, and we'll just load it out with fuel next time. What is the max weight the big rover wheels can carry without braking? Does anyone know? King, there's no tables for that out right now. It really depends on what you're, it really depends. You're gonna have to prototype a design. Just remember, alright, here's a little trick on rover wheels, and I know this from playing Beam, or just from knowing about cars. Say you have a rover wheel here, and you have a rover wheel here, and you have a rover wheel here, and one here. So, if the center of mass of the vehicle is right here, if the center of mass of the vehicle is right there, I don't know why I made it that color, just bear with me. Maybe, you know what, we'll make it yellow. If the center of mass is right there, you want your spring force on all four wheels to be about the same, right? If you're equidistant. So say the spring force on this is 1. This one would be 1, that one would be 1, that one would be 1, and that one would be 1. Now, if your center of mass is over here, these wheels are going to have a higher spring rate. These are going to have 3. And these ones would have not even 1, probably 0.5. Or just 0.5 would probably be it. Why? Because you moved your center of mass forward. These wheels are carrying more load than those wheels. So I don't know how much the load, I don't know what the exact numbers are for this, right? Like depending on where your center of mass should be. Like I don't know what numbers are the correct numbers, right? But the wheels that are closer to the center of mass are going to need to be stronger springs. Now, in terms of dampers, it really depends on what you're doing. You don't ever want to run 0 damper, because then your vehicle will do a steamboat wheelie and it'll just bounce around. But then again, you don't want to run too much damper either. You got to basically tweak the settings, and that depends on the vehicle. Like, I should do a load table for the wheels. We should do a study into that someday, but... yeah, Swissy, I'll just put the pad back out fully fueled to save some time. You guys, we know that the fueling truck works, so, you know, because the deadline is approaching, I'll take some liberties with it. If you want me to time warp in the amount of time it would take to load up all that fuel with the fuel trucks and then minus the cost of the fuel trucks out for maintenance, I can do that too. That's fine. I don't have a problem doing that. Alright, so here's the pad. Where's the crane? They did it? Yes, Posadka. Okay. Yeah. Awesome mission, dude. It was really cool. Blue gained a lot. I gained a lot of respect for Blue Origin today. A lot of respect. So, no, it's just the outer tanks, Swishio. How's Big Chungus coming along? I haven't made any progress on it much, Jack, but we're gonna work on it now. Yeah, Kem, it was really cool. Really awesome mission. Oh, dude. Oh, I wanted to tell you guys this. I did not know this. And keep in mind that this is off of the Wikipedia page, but New Shepard is a Hydrolox single stage vehicle, right? I did not know Oh, I forget where I was reading this. New Shepard, some of the guys that worked on New Shepard worked on DCX. Where was it? I think it's on the wiki page, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it's right there. Let's see if it's on this page. I was reading that some of the folks that worked on Delta Clipper wound up working on New Shepard, which explains why they're very similar. I forget where that information is, dude. Right under the future. Why am I so bad at finding this stuff on stream? I can always do this in like a second here. Yeah, several engineers who worked on DCX were hired by Blue Origin, and their New Shepard vehicle was inspired by the DCX design. This is coming from a Times article here. Oh boy, Legacy Media. Okay. Sure, Swishio. Sure. Alright. So we got to do some modifications here with this thing. The crane is having crack and strike problems, but I can fix that. See last. I missed the presser. Did they say anything about when New Glenn would be ready? Soon. Jeff Bezos also confirmed New Armstrong to be a thing. Jim, you remember all those people that were like, no, EJ, New Armstrong doesn't exist? And remember they linked that article from a Blue Origin employee that was like, New Armstrong doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Bezos confirmed it today. God, man, I hope those people are eating some humble pie. What is New Armstrong? Well, New Shepard is Blue Origin's rocket that's suborbital because of Alan Shepard's suborbital flight. New Glenn is their orbital rocket after John Glenn's first orbital flight. So their New Armstrong rocket is their attempt at building a super heavy launch vehicle. Alright, so the problem is that the pad is crack and striking these SRBs. So I need to measure something here. I know that this I-beam right here is above the pad crack and strikey area. So this is above where the Mark III fuselages would be. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 35. Okay, so we're 35 down here. The reason why I need to measure this is because I'm just going to take the entire crane. 20. There. Now, if I did the math out correctly, or I shouldn't say math, it's just measuring. If we did the measurements out correctly, I should be able to take a Mark III fuselage. I should be able to flip it on its side, turn it like this, and it should, when it's touching the ground, it should be underneath that I-beam. It is. Cool. All right, so right here needs to be the new height for the crane. There. Now, the bottom parts down here need to be high collision tolerance items here. Why is the hangar having Kraken strikes? So basically what happens, King, now my launch pad is a different, keep in mind, it is a different vehicle, all right? So what's going on is, I can give you the short story. So, when we go to dock the SSTO, all right? All right. It stems from launching, okay? It stems from when the SSTO physically leaves the pad. Now, what does that mean? Why does that make a difference? What are you talking about? So, all right, the back half of the pad is essentially these things, right? With the ramp, the checkerboard ramp would be right here, correct? So, when the crane, this thing is up here. It's every time I've docked this thing has been in this position, right? It's been something like this. These don't need to be full of fuel, right? So when I go to launch the SSTO off the pad, when I separate it, I want to be controlling the SSTO off the pad, right? Now, this is a little bit of an advanced building tutorial, I guess, if you're trying to build your own launch pad, etc., etc., okay? So, now, when I dock the SSTO to the pad, because I want to control the SSTO when I leave the pad, I have to make, I can use grammar to basically explain this. When the SSTO docks to the pad actually docks to the SSTO, okay? So the pad is docking to the spaceplane and not spaceplane docking to pad. The reason for that is because I need the spaceplane to have the root part. I need it to be the master part. Because when I turn the spaceplane up and we launch it, I want to control the spaceplane at liftoff. Now that feeds into something called vessel hierarchy rules in KSP. There are certain craft that have priority over other crafts. For instance, ships dock to stations. Stations don't dock to ships. Station has preference over ship. Ship has preference over lander. Rover has preference over lander. Base has preference over all of them. Okay? My space plane is a ship, and I have the pad set as a lander. Ship overrides lander. So pad docks to ship, because when I undock, I want to be controlling the ship, not the lander. Follow? Now, how does that lead to a Kraken strike? Well, if the SSTO, just pretend that this wing right here represents the orientation of the K-33 when we go to dock it, right? If I go and dock the K-33 to the pad, and pad docks to K-33, right? If that's the case, and the K-33 for whatever reason is crooked by 5 degrees, let's say it's angled 5 degrees like this, right? When I dock the pad to it, since pad is docking to SSTO, because I need it to, it has to overwrite. That's the only way I can really do that correctly. That means the pad will conform to the SSTO's orientation, and the pad will shift 5 degrees to line up with the SSTO. Because the crane is a separate vehicle, it collides with it. It'll collide with the crane. It'll collide with this, and since these have an impact tolerance, these parts have an impact tolerance of 50 meters a second, and the SRBs only have an impact tolerance of 7 meters a second, it blows up the SRBs. Basically, my pad whacks the crane. See what I'm talking about? That's why that's doing that. It's crack and striking the pad. When I go to dock the SSTO, the pad is doing something like that. It's whacking the side of the crane, and it blows up the crane. It'll blow up these 3 pieces, which blow up pieces up here instead of chain reaction crack and strike, because I have parts clipped into each other. It'll send a chain reaction crack and strike up the crane, blow up the center part of the hierarchy, and then the crane basically does that. Which is what happens. It's happened 2 times in a row. Now, my solution for this is to, well, if I make the bottom parts of the crane out of parts that have higher impact tolerance, instead of blowing up the crane, it should just bounce it and move it with it, right? So my solution here is to do this. Put the parts that structurally hold the crane together up here and keep high impact tolerance parts down here for alignment. And then the pad, if it hits the crane, it's just going to shift it. What about making sure that the SSTO will be perfectly aligned? Isn't that easier than impact proofing the crane? What if well, Swishio, if I do that as well, then that should fix that problem, shouldn't it? I can do both of these things, and I'm going to do both of these things. Yeah. Alignment of the SSTO is a big one, but the alignment is never going to be exact. Even if the SSTO is off by like 1/10 of a degree, 1/10 of a degree is still enough to whack it. So, fire on all cylinders. If I fix this problem with the collisions, and we also fix alignment, it should fix it. The other thing that I could do is just make sure that the crane is actually over the part where we dock to the pad, and it's less likely to have a strike. Because the pad doesn't move much down here, even with the 5-degree turn. It doesn't move much down here, but it moves a lot out there. Every time the crane is blown up is because I docked the SSTO when the crane was in the retracted position. If I move the crane back into position every time, that could help safeguard against a crack and strike. Can I join the Discord? Yeah, sure. Blue, just click on the Discord link. Does anyone know if the Kerbals have to be standing outside of a vehicle or seat to assist in moving heavy stuff around? Standing outside, Ren, from what I've been able to surmise, I guess. So basically all I need to do here is, well, let me just take this and I'll attach it to something else. I'll just temporarily attach this pad outline here. And I can use that to build around. If the crane is docked to the pad, will that make the whole thing rotate together? King, that's not a bad idea. Aqua, what are you saying? Can you change the classification of the SSTO and pad after docking? Have the SSTO dock at the pad and then flip the ship and lander labels. You can do that, Aqua? Yeah. But I find that that's very hit or miss. Sometimes that works and sometimes that doesn't, and I haven't been able to figure out the exact reason as to why. To be honest with you. But see, now I'm wondering. Now I'm wondering if we have the crane, right? Say this node right here represents the crane. And the crane is set as a base. It's set to override all. Crane, everything docks to crane. Crane doesn't dock to anything, right? If we have the crane base, right? And down here you have the pad. Set as a lander. So base overrides lander. And then the SSTO is a ship. Base overrides ship. Which overrides lander. And then, if I undocked the crane after that, ship will override lander still. I have to make sure that... Actually, King, this is not a bad way to do that. That actually might work. Oh yeah, Pop, it was a superior webcast, basically on every front. I told you that Blue would be classy about it. I may have known, but don't tell anybody that. What happens when two landers dock together? Well, then it starts looking for another flag, King. I was just going through the wiki page for the Raptor engines. I saw that there is a so-called Raptor 2 planned. It's not planned, it's already implemented in Ennis. You saw 3 of them fire on Booster 3 yesterday. Would that help keep the pad aligned? Well, IDES, it wouldn't matter, because in this scenario right here, the crane docked to the lander, and then the ship docking to lander would mean that the ship docking to the pad, which is set as a lander, but is overridden by the crane to be a base component, right? Means the ship would dock to the pad. And then if I undid the crane when we went to separate, if we did this right, if I'm thinking about this correctly, ship would override lander and we'd separate with the SSTO. IDES, long story short, yes it would. Oh, this might work. We should test that. Because if that's the case, guys, I don't need to change anything. I don't need to change anything at all. If I dock the crane to the pad and then attach the SSTO to the pad, SSTO will dock to pad, which is docked to crane. Crane is the hierarchy here. Crane is the ruling part. Pad is parented to the crane. Ship is parented to the pad, which is parented to the crane. So that means the SSTO will auto-align with the, it'll auto-align with the pad. And then if I undo the crane, ship overrides lander. Well, we got to test that. We got to see if that works. You were doing that with the Freedom Pad, at least the undock order. I was very professional with only shenanigans. The Blue Origin cast was very professional. Only the shenanigans I saw was repeatedly noting that they were going over the Carmen line. Yeah. Okay, so it's not a drastic new design. For a minute, I thought they were starting over on a next-gen. Raptor 2 is basically a 1.1 version of Raptor. Hey, Blue, what's going on? Can you test pretty easily, or are you going to test with actual pad ship crane? Pad ship crane should be relatively low risk, Ren, to be honest with you. That should work. I don't see why it wouldn't. The worst case scenario, we get some drift on the crane hinge, which is going to happen anyway. Yeah, Blue, I'm with you on that one. It was fun. It was fun coverage, dude. All right, so what is this set to? Yeah, it's set to a lander. That's right. So, what is this set to? It's set to a base. I want to test it. I mean, Blue, I am Weasel, okay? But I agree. Yeah, I think that might work, King. King and Beast, I think you're onto something. I want to test it. We should test it with this next mission. Yeah. Yeah, we should. I'm not going to save anything. I'm going to keep the crane design exactly the way that it is. Making sure I follow. Crane docks to pad. I can dock the crane right there. We can dock it right to that docking port. Crane docks to pad. Pad and crane become base, because crane is a base. Base overrides lander. And then we roll the SSTO up. We dock the SSTO to the pad, which is base, because the crane's attached to it. If we're doing this right, I could undo the crane, right? And then the pad should revert. The pad should read as a ship after that. And the root part for the whole pad should be the probe core for the SSTO. If it's the probe core for the SSTO, then this will work. This is a good way to do this, man. It's pretty damn smart. The other way that we could do it is what Aqua said, where we could just manually change it. But see, that's adding an extra step, and that's a step I'm kind of inclined to forget. I won't forget that you have to dock the pad to the crane, you know? Actually, if I docked this... No, we should dock the crane to that. That would be much better. Another thing that I could do is put a docking port right here and make that where the crane attaches. If we did that and I made the crane attachment point right here, that means the crane could help kind of dangle this thing back into position. I like it. King of Beasts, good idea, man. Seriously, good call. You know what? The best part is no part. I'm going to add it down. I'm just going to dock it to that off the bat. That's the right move. You forgot to undock the TE. You're going to forget an extra step. Yeah. Well, I won't forget attaching the crane. That should be pretty straightforward. You might have a problem if the crane is set as a base. The SSTO won't be the highest in the hierarchy when docking to the pad. Yeah, Resega, that's right. But if I undock the crane, then if I'm understanding how vessel hierarchy goes, if we're undocking it, we undock the crane, pad should revert to a lander, ship should revert back to ship, and ship overrides lander. That should work. Well, like, here's the thing, guys. I can test this relatively low risk. The reason why I can test it relatively low risk is because I'm not worried about alignment. I'm not worried necessarily about a Kraken strike either. I can basically dock this to here, right, while the crane is attached. We know it's going to orient correctly. And then, to make sure that this works correctly, we can undock the crane, and then while we're still in the horizontal position here, I can just undock the lander. Or undock the SSTO. If control defaults to the SSTO, we're golden. That'll prove that test. I don't need to launch. I can just undock it when it's right here instead of undocking it when it's vertical, right? Yeah, that's a pretty safe test. It's a pretty foolproof test. Yeah, King, I can't write a pre-flight checklist for a vehicle that I don't have any checklist for. We have to figure it out first, and then we write the checklist, right? Will you need alignment rails or something to align the crane to the pad? Doesn't matter, Ren. Does it matter? I mean, the crane will already be aligned to an extent, and if it's docked, we don't have to worry about it cracking striking. Because they're two separate vehicles. Well, they will be. When we undock them, the crane should... I mean, it's all one vehicle. I think this will work. I'm willing to test. I'm willing to bet a pad to test this. If you want to put cargo in straight. Crane alignment doesn't matter. What matters is that cargo is aligned to the SSTO. And if the SSTO is docked here, there's my alignment rails. Orientation of the crane doesn't matter. Because if it picks up something that's aligned to this, it's going to pick it up with maybe like a tenth of a degree of rotation, right? But when it puts it down, as long as it's aligned to SSTO, crane orientation does not really matter. That's the trick that I had with Freedom. The crane just has to be good enough to be able to reach the docking ports. It doesn't have to be perfectly aligned. It would help if it is, but it doesn't have to be. This is one hell of a revelation there, King. I think we should test it. We should. I think so, Blue, yeah. Looking pretty good thus far. When it goes forward and back, it will translate left and right, though, no? You lost me, Ren. Alright. I'm not making any changes to this. I'm not making any changes. This is a systems optimization. It has nothing to do with the hardware. More procedure optimization. This should do it. It should work. The only thing I'm wondering is what's going to happen when we undock the crane from the pad with the SSTO docked to it. And even then, that's relatively low risk. And if it doesn't work, then we'll find another solution. And those parts are in symmetry, at least they should be. Okay. Let's put the launch pad out, dudes. This should work. Okay, pad is out. Let's make sure that we have it set to the right part. This should be set as a lander. Priority 10, LC1A. Perfect. We do have full fuel. What I'm going to do here is lock that. We got to shut off. Okay, rotational debug controller is shut off from default. Okay. Let's get the crane. I've lost probably about 100 to 200 grand on the crane, the two cranes blowing up. But I was able to recover most of the parts. But even then, the parts that I was able to recover, I didn't get that good of a return on because it's not on the launch pad. So I still had to pay to clean those parts up, which is a little annoying, but that's okay. Some parts can't be radial attached, Senshai. Some parts. But Senshai, you were talking about SSTO engines before. It depends on what you're trying to do. If you're building something that takes off like an airplane and flies into space, like Skylon, the Rapier is probably the engine for you. But if you're building something like what I'm trying to build, horizontal or vertical takeoff, horizontal landing. Give me a second. If you're doing something like what I'm trying to build, then you're really looking for something that gives you good performance all around. Because you don't want to carry two different types of engines. You'd ideally want to carry one type of engine, because one engine, even if you have two of them, would be less mass than carrying an upper stage engine and a first stage engine, theoretically. I mean, now don't get me wrong, I have my OMS, right? But this is specifically designed for on-orbit operations, to extend the delta V numbers on the vehicle just a little bit. These guys are the ones that we use to get up there, the shuttle motors, just like the real shuttle. Blueland, 71-month resub, dude. Thank you. Yeah, it should be able to realign. Exactly, King. Good job, dude. You understand the hierarchy pretty well, dude. That means either you've read about it before, or what I'm saying is actually making sense. Man, if it's the latter, dude, that means your boy's starting to get dangerous. The crane goes up and down, forward and backward, not left and right. Nope. It goes forward and back, up and down. That's it. No left right action on this thing. Why not put jets on the crane? I could. I guess. Yeah, crane doesn't go left right, Ren. The alignment rails, basically, yeah, I kept it simple. Yeah, I remember that, J-Speed. Good times. Hang on. I gotta do some messing here. Jebridge Farm remembers. Yeah, Fred's, man. That was a good design. Alright, so we're going to dock right to this here. Once again, just like anything. Oh, geez. Oh, man, that might cause a problem. Okay. Yeah, Ian, I've seen the new one, man. Holy crap. Is it cool? Yep. It's set as a base, guys. Okay. Turn on the jet engines on the jet truck. Yeah, so there's a new one out. Dude, I saw a snapshot. I don't know if you linked it, but oh my gosh. That new dude, I love the new biomes, man. That's addressing the problems that I have, dude. I always thought the biome transitions and the way the biomes were set up in Minecraft were a little weird. That's why on the Minecraft server, for instance, I have people leveling mountains because I think they look stupid. Ignore this part. I don't know, dudes. I kind of want to start over with Minecraft, like, because of the new biomes and stuff, because it continuity-wise, it'll look ridiculous next to our old biomes on the old server. But if I do that, oh, man, we're gonna... If I do that, that's a lot of work down the drain, man. I don't think chat would like it. I don't think the community would like it very much if we did that. Maybe we should just cut the city out and then just have it generate biome chunks from there. Or just cut out the city's like immediate area or something. Alright, let's get our alignment mechanism working. 95! There we go. Uh-oh. Oh, nope. We're good. We aligned. Yeah, you guys want to just cut out what we have and then go from there? We can do that too. That's fine. If you guys want to regen outside the city limits, I don't have a problem with that. I would, you know, I just threw it out there to see if that's something that we'd want or be interested in. But clearly it's not, so... The arrow shell hasn't changed in a little while, 95. I'm doing more flight testing than anything now, so yeah, it really hasn't changed much. Okay. Undock the jet truck. You ate too many stroopwafels. I mean, guys, there's a lot more planning that has gone into this than you think. It's not just a bunch of people playing Minecraft. I have people that are doing city planning for me. So, just keep that in mind. So, I don't know. It's a conversation really for another day, dudes, to be honest with you. Okay, now undock. Yeah, Dread, I've seen it. Yeah, a little weird. They changed the biomes, Geo. Does it still flip out when re-entering? 95, kind of. I need to do another test flight to make sure I got the aerodynamics completely figured out. Okay, so now that we're in this configuration, I need to figure out where our root part is. So I need to go into physics. We need to visualize our... Oh, frick. This is going to be hard to see. Okay, so now it's saying that is root part down there. This docking port is reading as root part. So what happens when I unlock this hinge? Then what? It's reading the hinge as root part. That's not right. Let me do a time warp, reset the auto strut, see what happens. We reversed the hierarchy on the pad. It didn't like that. But the pad is set as a ship. Huh. Huh. Huh? That's peculiar. IQ, the pad is set as a ship. It's the right hierarchy, see? It's set as prototype 16, landed at launch pad. That's right. But the root part is not correlative to the vessel hierarchy, which is a little bit weird. That's a little strange. Yeah, we could always terraform the biomes to make them fit better. I think that's probably a better solution than losing the work that we have already. So, alright, here's the real question here. What's going to happen when I undock? Let's find out. So, we are the right thing in the hierarchy. We're the right vehicle. But we're the wrong... The root part isn't in the right position. So... what happens if we undock? Ready? 1. So this would be representing us separating from the pad during liftoff. 1, 2, 3. Where does control get defaulted to? It got defaulted to the ship. That's strange. I've never had a default control. I've never had root part hierarchy and ship vessel hierarchy be different and it still works. I've never done that before. But this proves that it will work. The only problem with this, honestly, that I have is that when we go to turn the vehicle upright, the auto struts that are on the launch table won't be able to strut to the root part on here. And that could give us some issues down the road. I'm going to roll this thing all the way down. We're going to dock back to it on solid ground. The wings are going to scrape a little bit. Now, what is this thing set to in terms of vehicle? What is it set? It should be set to ship. And it is. It's set to ship. Try again. It's going to do the same thing. I mean, Kerbal is very consistent when it comes to vessel hierarchy, stuff like that. Very consistent. So... I'm not sure what to do. So it reversed flow on the hierarchy, which is strange. Where are the devs when they need them? This is not a problem. I don't think that... I'm not sure if the devs can help us too incredibly much with this, Toto. They don't know anything I've talked to them about hierarchy stuff before. They don't know anything more than what we know, dude. Happy Wally Funk Day! What's up, Prey? How you doing? What a launch, man. Real good. Prey, I actually found out something that you'd appreciate. When Jeff Bezos started Blue Origin, he poached engineers from the DCX project. I was reading about New Shepard last night. New Shepard is DCX derived. That's why the BE3 is an expander cycle. Or not an expander, a tap-off, like the RL-10A5s. Isn't that cool? I always thought that was wicked. Or I thought that was wicked when I found it out. Have I seen the capsule footage? Oh, yes, Steiner. Yeah, absolutely. Now, let me check to see what the pad... Crane should still be base because it rules all. Yep, okay. SSDO is still ship. We know that. Pad is still set as lander. Now, let me go into the auto struts here, and let me see, just briefly, where is the root part? That docking port is root. Interesting. I agree, Prey. Now you and me need to bring back the X-33. You, me, and Rocket Guy. I know enough engineers. Let's do it. I just don't have any seed money. Let's get the X-33 back on the books. Let's get the X-33 back on the books. And make a small sat launcher. Make a small sat launcher that'll take down Electron. Not take down, that's not the right. That will compete against Electron. I did. Hired, yeah. Good one. Hey. I have dreams. It's good to have dreams. Alright. We know this way will work for now. I gotta mess with the auto struts just a little bit, but we know this will work. And this doesn't crack and strike the crane. I do have another idea, though. What if we attached the SSTO to the crane, or crane to the pad, right? And then say we gotta do payload integration, like what you're saying, Hater. I take payload out, and then I attach payload to the SSTO. That should override the reversed flow, and it should leave root part as the last part that was attached to the crane, just like it did here. So if I'm integrating payload, actually this should work just fine. In Florida? Yes. That's what I'm going to do. This time, I'm going to open up the payload bay after the SSTO is attached, and I'm going to attach the crane to the payload integrator in there, and then detach the crane and see if it reverses the flow on the hierarchy. That should... Yeah, that should do it, and it's minimal avoided. It's not... A crack and strike is avoidable in this scenario because crane... Every time we dock something, the crane is always docked to the pad every time we dock something to it. Or it is going to dock to the pad. This is probably not the right time. Senshai, well, what do you mean? When is the right time? Just ask the question. It's probably not the right time to explain it, but what is the critical part in making an SSTO actually go to orbit? Perfect balancing, TWR? Mass fraction is what it's called, Senshai. Mass fraction. Now, so mass fraction... Mass fraction is basically the amount of rocket versus the amount of fuel that you're carrying, okay? It's rocket mass versus fuel mass. So this over here, the rocket mass in rocketry is referred to as final mass. That's not an N. Or you could call it M0. Actually, M1 would probably be better. M sub 1, like that, is the right one. Fuel mass over here is called initial mass, because it is initially how much the vehicle weighs when it leaves the pad, fully fueled. And this can be represented as subset 0. The relationship between M1 and M0 is directly involved, like basically that is directly proportional to how far you can go. In the delta V equation, you have specific impulse, which is represented by ISP, impulse specific, times gravitational acceleration, so 9.81, log M1 divided by M0. Initial mass, or no, initial. Oh no, I did this wrong. Hold on. This one has to be 0, and that one has to be 1. So, your mass fraction is represented here on a logarithmic scale, or a natural logarithmic scale right there. What does this mean? If you're looking at that and you're going, nope, no, I don't understand. What this means in plain English is the more fuel that you have on your rocket and the less rocket that you have on your rocket, it'll go further. The mass fraction is the ratio of total mass that's rocket versus fuel. So your total mass is these two numbers added together, right? Your total mass would be M1 plus M0, right? Or just initial mass. Actually, it wouldn't be plus, it would be just 0. M0 is the number. How much of M0 is M1? So on a regular rocket, Senshai, how much do you think? In a regular rocket, how much do you think is rocket and how much is fuel? What is it? 90% fuel? 80% fuel? 75? 25% rocket? Tell me, what do you think? More fuel. How much do you think? Like, we'll take a Centaur upper stage. How much do you think of a Centaur upper stage on Atlas V? How much of that is fuel and how much of that is rocket? 95? 100%? 80? 98% of a Centaur's total mass is fuel. 2% is rocket engine and fuel tanks, dude. 98%. That is a very, very low mass fraction. The lower your mass fraction is, the more delta V you're going to have. Couple that with an efficient motor, with a motor that makes high specific impulse, you can have delta V for days. Now, where this makes a difference with an SSTO is that a staged vehicle, something like Falcon 9, can improve its mass fraction over time. Well, why? Why does it do that? Well, it drops the first stage. Your first stage lets go. So now, because you staged, your mass fraction drastically increases, or drastically goes down. The second stage in payload is a lot less rocket relative to fuel than the first stage with the second stage and the payload on top of it. That's why rockets are staged in the first place. Now, with an SSTO, you have a little bit of a problem to solve. You can't improve your mass fraction. Mass fraction matters a lot right from the start. So you can't stage your rocket. Stuff doesn't fall off, right? So your SSTO needs to have a very good mass fraction. Now, unfortunately in Kerbal, the mass fraction on the fuel tanks is not very ideal. It's okay. Not the worst, not the best. It's pretty bad comparatively to real life, honestly. The rockets in Kerbal have like a mass fraction of 90% fuel to 10% tank, which is horrible. horrible by real life standards, but it's scaled for Kerbin for gameplay purposes. So when you're building an SSDO in KSP, you really have to make sure that everything that's on that rocket is there for a very good reason, or else you're not going to have enough Delta V to be able to get up into space and be useful. Ours is getting close to being dialed in right. It's getting there. Stackless, 29-month resub. Yummy, hydrazine. Drop tanks count. No. If you have a drop tank, you're not a single stage to orbit vehicle. What is the first stage but a drop tank with engines on it? The external tank on the shuttle is a drop tank, basically. It's a big drop tank, but it is. That's a stage. Shuttle discards it, right? Shikama, I already talked about it, but yeah. So mass fraction really is the key with SSTOs. Everything on my SSTO is there for a very good reason. Nothing is here for show. Nothing is here to make it look nicer. It's all there because it needs to be there. The aeroshell, unfortunately, because we don't have specialized composite tanks like they did with the real one, means that I had to find other ways to balance the wedge design. Now that does make for a little bit of aero instability, but the real one had aero instability as well. So we're working on coming up with a much better descent profile for this when it goes through re-entry, guys. We're working on a better one, and this better descent profile should be able to overcome the fact that I needed to put a bunch of panels on this thing to get it to fly, well, correctly. Feather! What's that? That looks great. Come on, get. Rocket science is awesome, dude. And fun, too. Alright, so with this next test, what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach the crane. I'm going to detach the crane, and then I'm going to reattach it to the payload on board the SSDO. And I think that will solve our hierarchy problems and keep this thing actually pretty dang safe without actually having to change anything. So I'm going to undo the brakes here. We're going to get our aligners figured out. Okay. Dock the jet truck. Would you say that an SSTO needs wings, or is that just for the landing part? It needs wings for the landing part if you're going to land it on a runway, but NASA engineers in the 60s, came up with an idea for a re-entry vehicle, okay? Here. It's called a lifting body, okay? A lifting body is a type of ship or vehicle that basically the fuselage is a wing. These are the spacecraft that they came up with for that program. We have the M2F2, the X-24, and the HL-10. These aircraft were not powered; they were towed via airplane. They're gliders. These aircraft, or these prototype vehicles, were basically trying to demonstrate a vehicle that can that can fly without any wings for the most part. What a lifting body does is if you have like a conventional airplane, right? Right, you have a conventional airplane. That airplane has wings here like this, right? And then you have, you know, your engines right here. And then you have, back here, you have your elevators. Right? And then you have your rudder and your V-stab right there, right? This is regular. Right? A lifting body, right, gets rid of these. Right? And then takes the fuselage and makes the fuselage into the wings. So in this particular shape, all this surface area here is underneath the fuselage. So a lifting body, like the X-33, takes the wings and the fuselage and combines them into one shape. So the fuselage, is right there, and the wings are right here. But it's the same surface area, it's just all combined into one thing. Now, the stabilizers are still there. Your stabilizers are still there. And your rudders are still there. And your elevators are still there. It's just attached to the lifting body now. So it takes the wings and the fuselage and combines them into one shape. Now keep in mind, you can have blended wing lifting bodies. Blended wing lifting bodies are a combination of a lifting body that also has wings on it. Blended wing lifting body. Right there. There you go. The space shuttle is a lifting body, but it's a lifting body with strakes and delta wings attached to the sides. That is a blended wing lifting body hypersonic re-entry vehicle. Biconic hypersonic re-entry vehicle. Right there. Like the F-14. Well, the F-14 is swing wings, Stin, but it does have a blended wing to an extent. If we're talking about swing wings in a blended wing body designed with a more conventional aircraft, so to speak, as the space shuttle's brother, basically. There's a blended wing body right there. Fuselage blends into the wing. That is a blended wing. The B-1 could theoretically fly without these. You don't necessarily need them. If you're going to lift all the bombs that it carries, then yeah, you probably need that. Also for steering. The B-2 is just a straight wing, TV. No fuselage. It's just a flying wing. That's different. So there's lifting bodies, which have no wings. There's blended wing bodies, which are lifting bodies with wings. Right? And then there's just flying wings. Another cool example of a lifting body here is the X-48, which is a blended wing lifting body passenger liner concept that Boeing is working on. It's a combination of a flying wing and a lifting body. Pretty cool, huh? That's right, Creeper. Isn't any manned plane technically a lifting body? I mean... yeah, I guess by technicality, but not within the confines of what we're talking about when we're talking about different airframes, Mank. Yeah, technically everything is a body that makes lift, but not per the definition of different types of wing and fuselage designs, no. Lifting a body is in a person. I see what you did there. Could this lift your mom? Nah, you'd probably need one of these to lift your mom. And even then... see, with a lifting body, the fuselage is the wing. But that's different than a flying wing. Flying wing is different. From what I understand, the B-21 is a retooled B-2 with more modern technology. Pretty much. Wait, I thought that's what Starship is being made for. Savage. Yep. Another cool thing to take into account, right, is check this out. So NASA found this out from that lifting body program. If you look at a capsule from the side, right? Well, You look at a capsule from the side, right? That's what it looks like. If you look at a lifting body from the side, or like if you look at it from the front, a lifting body is just... It's literally the same shape, stretched. It's stretched side to side, and it's stretched front to back. See what I'm talking about? It's the same shape. Look at the cross-section of a space shuttle. If you took the space shuttle, cut it in half right at the payload bay, what is it going to look like? Well, you're going to have your payload bay, right? Like that, right? And then you have the hinges, and then the doors open up like that. Like this, not like this. And then you have your interior, you have your payload bay volume. What does the bottom look like? Well, there's some strakes right at the center. Right? What does that shape look like? It's all connected, guys. Stuff only flat, like all, that's how like all planes look very similar, right? Like a 737 and an A320 look very similar. There's only a certain amount of ways you can do things, you know what I mean? Yeah. A lifting body like the space shuttle or the X-33 is just a pod shape that's literally stretched and widened. It's the same shape. Once again, they figured that out from that lifting body program. They figured out that having the bottom be curved like that, not a good idea. This way is okay because that's a pod shape kind of extruded. And it's funny because the X-24 led to the HL-10, or the HL-20, I guess. What they learned from that led to this. What does that look like? NASA's HL-20 personal launch system. What does that look like? Go ahead. You can say it. They know. It looks like Dream Chaser. Funny thing is that the Soviets came up with the same design in conjunction. If you look at the Bor 4, check this out. BOR 4 from the 80s. It's almost like there's only a certain amount of way to do this right. But if you look at the heat shield on the Bor 4, it's literally just a capsule's heat shield that's been stretched. Same thing. Pretty cool, huh? Hypersonics with EJ. X-33. That's right, Acidio. That's what I'm working on here. That was the whole purpose of this conversation. I'm building an X-30... Well, I built an X-33 in KSP. Only I made mine orbital. There's also a space plane that was supposed to go up on the Voshchod rocket from Russia. Well, the shuttle is blending wing body. We don't call it a lifting body since delta wings are the primary source of aerodynamic lift. It could fly without them. I mean, wouldn't fly very well. It would fly as good as a regular lifting body, but yeah, no, yeah, you wouldn't generally call it a lifting body. Nice to see the hangar working. Yeah, MG.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right. New launch system looks great. Thanks, man. All right, so now what I'm gonna do is we're gonna try something here. I am going to undock the crane, and I'm gonna move the crane into position, and we're gonna attach to that right there. The reason why I'm gonna attach to that right there is because I want to put the hierarchy on the SSTO as well as root. Alright, we're gonna do another test here. Hello? Wasn't that Elian Ramon's playing Linux? Yeah, F-15s can fly with one wing. There's enough deflection over the rear elevator. It can fly with one wing. Yeah. That's not photoshopped. So can the A-10 for what it's worth. There's a picture of an A-10 that got wrecked by AAA. Freaking sawed, the AAA sawed a wing off. Thing still freaking returned home. F-15s and A-10s, dude. F-15, though. That is... The F-15 is one of the best fighter planes ever devised by man. It is insane how good that plane is. And they just extended the life of them. New F-15s are being produced called the F-15EX. Oh yeah, Boeing got a huge contract to extend the life of our F-15 fleet, which is really cool. I've sat in one. Really, really cool plane. Yeah, see, if you look, the angle of attack on the right, the starboard elevator is much higher than the port elevator, and basically they use that to compensate for the offset center of lift from, you know, missing a freaking wing. Yeah, plane can fly just fine. I mean, well, not just fine. You have to be careful. Take it from somebody that's launched many planes in KSP and had wings break off from them. Flying with one wing is not easy by any means. I'd prefer two, but one works. That is a really, really nice plane. F-15s are money, dude. It's such a beautiful plane. How's the F-14 in comparison? The F-14 is good, man. More complicated, though, because of the swing wings. That's why they got rid of it. That's why they're still using F-15s. Now, the F-14 is also a Navy plane, so it has a little bit of a different type of criteria. Like, Navy planes tend to have very, 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 very over-engineered landing gear because they need to crash onto a carrier deck, amongst other things. Alright, here we go. Let's dock here. She bounced around a little bit, but I think we're okay. Now, undock. Now, what I want to do here now is we're going to turn on Visualize Auto Struts again, so you're going to see the spaghetti. Where did our root part end up? Root part still ended up down there. Alright, what happens if I unlock this thing? Thank you for not playing New World right now. What the hell's New... Wait, what's New World? Yeah, F-14s are amazing because Top Gun and stuff's thin. Everybody likes the dang things, but that swing wing is friggin' complicated, man. New World is a new MMO. Yeah, I don't know what that means, but cool. I'm sure people are enjoying it, man, but no. I have Kerbal to play, man. Alright, well... Is the pad still being read as a ship? Yes. Okay. Headed off, got class in the morning. All right, buddy. Be good. Leaf blower bingo. Every Wednesday, man, like clockwork. Interesting. I know what it means, IQ2. I know what MMOs are. I've played my fair share. Played PlanetSide, Star Wars Galaxies, EverQuest, even though very short. Original vanilla World of Warcraft. I've played my fair share of MMOs. I didn't really play much EverQuest, though. But it's Tuesday? Holy crap, it is Tuesday. What are they doing here today? MMO means massive multiplayer versus player game, but that's not important right now. Ah, airplane. I got it. Who agrees that Fortnite is garbage? Cydio, I don't waste time hating on things that I don't like. I focus more time on stuff. I focus my time on stuff that I do like. More productive that way. I don't hate Fortnite. I'm just really indifferent. Alright, people like it. That's fine. I get it. No, the fan base, man. No. I mean, it's kids, dude. Kids are pieces of crap, dude. Take it from somebody that was not the most well-behaved kid around when I was younger. You know? Alright, so what I'm gonna have to do here... I need to set that as root. Yeah, just set the Mark II fuselage as root. Just for the for putting this thing vertical. Alright, guys. I think we're good. Let me get the crane out. What do you think can take more damage, a B-17 or an A-10? A-10. You want to hear the screwed up part of that, TJ? A-10s and B-17s carry the same amount of bombs. A-10 has the same payload capacity as a B-17. Go look it up. So I hear Wally lied about being 82 and is actually 45. Well, Stinky, here's the thing. Here's the thing with women, okay? Don't ask their age if you know that they're over 25. Okay? Yeah, just don't. Whatever age they say it is the age that they are. Don't bother questioning it. You know, if your mom's around and your mom's you're like, "How old are you, Mom?" She goes, "I'm 29." And you're like, "But I'm 22." How is that possible? Just go with it, man. Just go with it. It's cool. Just go with it. Just go with it. Trust me on that one. Just do it. Like, my mother's been 29 for years. Hi, Mom. Just roll with it. If Wally says she's 45, she's 45. Who am I to dispute that? No power like Kerbal power, Cydio. And if you really want to make their day, take however old you think they are and divide it by 2. So, if Wally Funk says she's 45, you say, you don't look a day over 29. That's not divided by 2, I get it. But you will win what's called imaginary points. You will win imaginary social points. Yep. Very useful, these imaginary social points. Trust me on that one. You'll thank me later. It makes me wonder how many days I've made by asking for their ID in the past 2 days. Well... Well, yeah. That's a little bit different. I've been asking everybody. Well, that's your job. That's different. Like if you're selling alcohol, stinky or something, don't ever guess. Don't ever do that. You will get in trouble for that. Don't do that ever. Yeah. Oh, you know you did the training? Oh, good for you. No. Yeah, the training is basically your employer's way of saying, look, they did the training, it's their fault, not ours. If you're caught selling to somebody underage. Yeah. That's more to protect them than it is to train you. Just remember that. Man, I've tried making a Space Shuttle Baren replica in KSP and it's really, really hard to balance it. But maybe I'm only stupid. Senshai, you're hitting way above your weight class here, man. If you don't know how to build a space shuttle, go back. Try to build Gemini. And if you can't build that, build Mercury. Start small. Keep it simple. Remember, rocket science is a bunch of simple tasks all working together as one to create a more complicated task. Okay? If you don't understand said complicated task, go back and learn it. Understand? Ismic, we're going for a test flight. The crane is out of the way, guys. We are clear to roll. All right. We're going to do another aero test to test re-entry. And just make sure that I can get this thing controlled all the way back down to the runway without it freaking out. We have our 2.25 ton mass simulator there. There we go. Inside of the payload bay. Okay. We are go for vertication. Table controller is online. Debug controller is offline. Okay. Unlock. Okay. All right, let's turn her upright. Okay, yeah, gotta be careful with that. It really didn't like what we just did there. I still need to work on how this thing all moves. Yeah, because so core, we're in a really weird position here. The hierarchy is right. It's setting, it understands that this is a ship attached to a lander. So when I go and undo it, we're gonna undock from the pad and control the SSTO. But I've encountered an interesting phenomenon here. And the interesting phenomenon that I've encountered is the fact that, the interesting phenomenon that I've encountered here is the fact that my root part is over here. That's my root part. And when we separate, the ship will separate. So the root part is not lined up with our vessel hierarchy, which is interesting. I've never had that happen before. What is this flight testing? Re-entry. All right. Let's go. First test of the day. Good. Our first test of the day. Arrow 4. It's year 4, day 182. Y4, day 182. 05. 14. It's a 10-minute window for that. So 05:14:00. This is the first launch because we put a new pad out. This is the 107th launch from this complex area total. This is the 4th flight of this vehicle without recovering it. 4th flight total. SN10. This is the Arrow 4 test, proving the optimized reentry profile. We have to prove that this thing can come down. There you go, Sunshine. What would be the highest ship in the hierarchy connected there? The crane. Crane is base. Base is the king in the castle. Alright. We are going to release out of the planned 10-minute hold here. Launch table rotational controller is deactivated. Launch table hinge is locked out. Hierarchy check. Okay. Front landing gear. Okay. Hierarchy check is passed. Okay. Make sure we're controlling from the right port. Control from here. Okay. Close that out. Move the strong back into the slightly retracted position. Launch table rotational controller is disabled. Total rotational controller is disabled. Strong back is in standby configuration. What I'm going to do now is open up the SSTO's fuel tanks. We are at 89.8, pretty nominal alignment there. Payload fuel tank. Okay, it's good. Mark II fuel tanks on the top is over there. All my main fuel farm fuel is down here. Front lobe tank is open. Oh, hey you. I know, I gotta open this. This is the only really good way to fuel this thing, dudes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Overclocked engines. Okay, we're still reading a nominal overclock. We are go for fueling. Fueling procedure has started. She jumped around a little bit. That was a little strange. We're dealing with a slightly different hierarchy as previously tested because the root part isn't up here. Root part is lower on the pad. So she is bouncing around just a little bit, and that's okay. That's fine. I really don't like the way this does this, to be honest with you. Okay, we are fully fueled. Now I just got to balance out the fuel tanks here. Why didn't we launch a payload into orbit since we already have to get there? What payload? Is it because of the time warp? Yeah, the time warp is messing with it, but it's okay. It's bouncing around just a little bit, but it's not a problem. Any chance cows can control the fuel flow? No. I wish. That'd be really nice. You're in time for the first one? We are T-minus 2 minutes and counting. Next step in the flight is full strong back retract. We should only really need one fuel truck if we wanted to launch this again, but that's provided I'm smart enough to actually get this thing back to the runway. Okay, fuel flow balance is nominal. Okay, stand by for full strong back retract. Yeah, she's a bit crooked, but that's okay. It'll fix itself when it gets off the pad. We might cook the pad a little bit, but yeah, we're I mean, this is part of the test. It's part of testing this new profile here. Now, we are set as a ship, so we will, per our testing, control the SSTO when we leave the pad. It's just we don't have root part on the pad anymore. Okay, so I am closing out ground side systems here. All right. So the next step here in the flight is a TVC checkout. Stand by. TVC checkout is confirmed. Yeah, she's definitely leaning. And that comes from me unbuckling that damn auto strut when we were mid-vertical, because I wanted to test it. I wanted to see. Okay, we are go for a launch here. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Make sure we're controlling from here. Ground side separation systems are active. Payload is on board. Yeah, it's the fuel simulator again. Okay, Rock, report range status. Status check. Go K-33. Go Arrow 4. Clear to proceed with terminal count. T-minus 20 seconds and counting. Oh man, we gotta be very careful here. This is another test flight. I gotta get that entry profile figured out. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep. Okay. We gotta be very careful here. We have a good liftoff. It defaulted control to the SSTO, but it disabled it shut the engines off, so that's not a good way to do that. We can't do it that way. I have to do it a different way. We have a good roll program. Arrow 4 test is in the air. Did you see I separated the vehicle and it just went, huh? Vehicle's pitching down range. Okay, dynamic pressure's at 5 kilopascals and increasing. All systems still looking good here. We're going right down the track. Fourth flight for prototype 10 here. Five kilometers in altitude. Dynamic pressure is at 11.5 kilopascals. All systems still looking good. Standing by for the pitch over. We're transonic. We're breaking the sound barrier. Everything is looking good. Vehicle's now traveling 900 meters a second. 25 kilometers in altitude. Beginning to throttle back. We're throttling down. This is career, Frank. KS-25 is going into deep throttle. Vehicle's now traveling at 1.3 kilometers a second, 45 kilometers in altitude, apogee 55, and increasing. I hope so, Eagles. That would be really cool. Love to get there someday. 1.4. Everything is looking good. Throttling up. Engines are now entering the deep cycle here. We are going into the deep throttle phase of ascent here on our engines. Apogee is above the Kerman line. Stand by, press for MECO. 10, stand by, press for MECO. We have MECO confirmed. Shutting down main engines, switching over to the orbiter maneuvering system. 348 meters a second, delta V left here. Circularization burn in 4 minutes. Ohms 1 not required. Welcome to space. We're going to increase on the Ohms 2 burn here. 100 kilometer apogee right there. Should be 125 meters a second burn. Should take about 3 minutes and 10 seconds total burn time here. No, 2 minute 38. So we got to split that down the center. Half of 38 is wow, my brain just went potato. 18, 19. Yeah, my brain went potato there for a second. 19. No. So at node in T-minus 1 minute 19, we will fire the orbiter maneuvering engines. So we are sitting at T-minus 2 minutes, give or take, here. Orbiter maneuvering systems are on. Reaction control systems are working. Stand by. 10 seconds to the orbiter maneuvering 2 burn. All systems looking good here. 100 meters a second left on the burn. Everything's looking real good. .33 is now pitching over, going into a wings up, belly down position. We have positive perigee. Control reporting positive perigee right there. Stand by. That happened from the thing tilting right there. See that? Stand by for finalization of the burn here. Okay, we have nominal orbital insertion 100 by 90. Okay. My left ear loves this. Okay, so we're going to do an OHMS 3 burn here, orbital maneuvering system, burn number 3 to circularize up at 100. There we go. That should be the next thing. So we're gonna just flip this thing over a little bit. Yeah, it looks good. We have 220 meters a second delta V left over. I was a little bit worried because I start-stopped the engines on the pad, but everything looks to be okay here. That looks good, guys. That looked real good. Well, we have 223. Yeah, we're gonna have over 200 left at 100 by 100 Chivo. Yeah, I'm getting better at the ascent profile here. Much better. It should be about the same. All ships need the same amount of delta V to get into orbit, I does. Yeah. What I'm after is the aerodynamics. I want it to not just be the same with delta V, but I want it to perform the same. Okay, stand by for OHMS 3. I'll just do this manually. Eagles. Wow, I read Richard Garriott, video game developer for the Ultimate Series, spent 12 days on the ISS back in 2008, and he spent 30 mil. Yeah, I've met him. Yeah, I've met Richard Garriott before, Eagles. He's a really cool dude. Yeah, he gave me patches for his foundation a little while back. I met him at the Intrepid Sea and Space Museum. Yeah, I've met him. Yeah, here. Really cool dude. Here, take a look. See what I'm talking about? He knows me. He knows who I am. He likes to stream for what it's worth. Yeah, he's cool, man. And yeah, he shouted out Twitch when we did a stream with him. Das and I interviewed him. All right. .4 by 100.3. We got good insertion here. That was actually really good. 207 meters a second delta V left on orbit. That's enough to do rendezvous in proximity to the station, guys. Okay. Shutting down the orbiter maneuvering engines. We're go for payload bay door open. No, this is an aero test, Chivo. I won't put Kerbals on this thing until I'm 100% sure I can get it back to the runway every time. Yeah, I won't put Kerbals on it otherwise. Yeah, Ren. Wow, that brings me back. Tabula Rasa, I remember that. Gonna leave fuel out there at some point. This is for testing purposes. That's why I just keep bringing fuel into space, because if I encounter something that I don't want during the re-entry trajectory, I could at least use the RCS to make sure that we're gonna get there. We're gonna get to the right spot. All right, she's on orbit. Okay. All right, we're gonna do 2 orbits, as is tradition. Too bad you aren't doing something with the payloads during testing. I just need them during entry, Ren. The Aero 1 and 2 tests needed this, or else I wouldn't have gotten 10 back, so think of it as insurance for the vehicle. Okay, so this is where we would do station proximity operations. Okay. All right, guys, here we go. Let's do this. Have you considered going down in battery size weight to maybe sneak a little bit more fuel on board to improve fuel margins? I'm actually looking at this Havix and looking at these numbers. I'm thinking the payload capacity, it's rated at 2 right now, but we could probably get away with 3. Yeah, we could probably get away with 3. Pretty sure. Just looking at these numbers. Yeah. I don't know if it could take 3 to the station and back, but it could take 3 on a deploying mission. What's happening right now? Another flight test. I gotta get the re-entry figured out. Heck, Goddess Nipple, if I get the ascent profile figured out and really dialed in, we could probably do 5. Maybe. It's possible. It depends. If we had like a 5-ton satellite and we only needed to go to 70 by 70 or something, then yeah, maybe. It's doable. But look at these margins here. Like 201. That's enough to get to the station and come back down. But it's enough to get to the station and come back down if I don't have to use the RCS like crazy during descent. That's the important part to understand. If I can just dial in my re-entry trajectory to not need the RCS as much as we need it, then we should be good. The less RCS I can use for re-entry, the more RCS I have for on-orbit operations and payload capacity, to be honest with you. Okay, let's realign with the node here. We're on orbit, close the payload bay. Arming the orbiter maneuvering engines. Burn time is 1 minute 17 seconds. So we're going to go at 38. So T-minus 10 seconds to the deorbit burn. Orbit burn was a little bit early, the deorbit burn. A little bit on the early side, but okay. Fins in the exhaust. The Mercury rocket had fins inside of the rocket exhaust plume called thrust control vanes. Yeah. It had aero surfaces inside of the rocket exhaust to vector the rocket exhaust in a different direction. Yeah, it's called the thrust vane. Don't do that in KSP, just put fins on it. Thrust vanes won't work, you'll blow up the control surfaces. $1,200 and change, Crafter. Okay, deorbit burn is complete. Shutting down the orbiter maneuvering engines. What we gotta do is pick up the fuel tank in case we run out of RCS. I have to get the body flap control actuator. Online. Flap control actuator online and set to 4.2. We got to pin that window. Pin that window. Yaw control surfaces are enabled. Downward deploy that. Set that to pitch and roll. And then that doesn't need to be open, but I'll have it open just in case. Switch this back to YPR so you guys can see. That one we should open this up for yaw later in the descent. As someone who knows nothing about nothing, can someone tell me what NASA does primarily? NASA is a government organization that is basically around to increase our aerospace, space flight, and scientific understanding of Earth, the moon, our solar system, basically everything. It's a government organization to advance scientific understanding, basically, in the fields of aeronautics and astronautics, I guess. The end result is that increased scientific understanding will help foster innovation and progress in aerospace, planetary science, climate science areas to basically make a better world. I'll show you, Hired. I'll show you what the upgraded profile looks like. We basically keep the thing high up in the air. And I do that by not braking as much in the upper atmosphere, believe it or not getting all the braking done at once and then nosing down, but keeping us nice and uniform. Basically, we got to stay pitch up plus 20 degrees. Okay, guys, we have entry interface here on the vehicle. Setting us to about 20. Just basically need to keep this right at around 20. Yes, Island. Let's hope. $60 kilometers and descending. Heating should start. Yep, we're starting to see some heating on the vehicle. Thermal protection is working correctly. The tiles are absorbing the heat. I didn't do any space news today because I've been going since this morning, and the entire front half of the stream Total Staples was covering the Amazon launch. So, yeah, it's mostly just Kerbal today, but we could talk about what's going on after this test if you want. The contracts don't ever end, Frank, I don't think. They just get harder. No rendezvous with the station this flight? No. I'm controlling it, J-Speed. I'm flying her. Alright. Yep, she's heating. Trajectory is still looking good. If I can get this thing back down onto the runway without losing control, then we're in. Fly it, Sanchai. Well, trial and error incurable, but if you have a lifting body like this, fly the damn thing back to the runway. That's what I'm doing right now. Don't just let it sit there. Should be 1900 crossing the coast here. There's the remains of 9 and the remains of 7 right there. Those are SSDOs that I lost control of. Trajectory is looking real good here, guys. Real good. I'm working on it right now, Riv. It's not refining the control, it's just the ascent. The control is good. Okay. When we cross the coast here, we're on one hell of an overshoot here, so I'm going to bring the nose up, body flap full down. Okay, we're going to start the S-turn. Trajectory is looking good. First S-turn to slow the vehicle down. I know, Smokey, when we cross the coast you could pitch up. Now we basically gotta slow this sucker down, man. $1,500, looking good. Okay, beginning the second S-turn here. Okay, leveling out. Converting the body flap into its default position. We're coming right in on that runway. We're still going Mach 2, so we just got to keep this thing up here. Don't want to dip too far down and too fast, okay? We'll lose control if we don't. Enabling the yaw at 22 kilometers here. Keep the nose up. We're in the transonic regime. Okay, we're subsonic. Or no, we're still in transonic. Keep it clean. Don't do this. Do I have any close-ups of the shuttle's OMS controls? No. What do you mean OMS controls? It's the joystick. Or an Axis controller if you're controlling from the back. Okay. I think I actually started braking just a little bit too early, but we had good control of that thing pretty much all the way down. I almost lost it for a second because I tried something just to see if we would lose control. I tried bringing the nose down, but it's pretty controllable once you... it's pretty dang controllable once you... if you get below subsonic. If you get below 1.2 Mach, then the thing becomes very controllable. Okay, gonna flare. Starting our final descent back into KSC for landing at runway 9. Undeploy that control surface. Everything's looking real good. Yeah, that sounds right, mate. Sorry, what'd you think, New Shepard? Pretty good, huh? Ain't bad, that's for sure. Ground altimeter is on. Radar altimeter is active. 2,500 off the deck. Not yet. Give me something. Not yet, dude.
But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first stop will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000 years.
Okay.
Well, let's hit the road.
800. 700. 600. 500. You're coming. Three good lights. Gear is down. Pulling the body flap. Cycling the brakes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We have touch. And a landing. Yes, Gorgon. Resetting the body flap, shutting down control surfaces. Control surface actuators are
Discovery, go at
offline.
throttle up.
I flared a touch early because, yeah, the lag screwed me up just a little bit. Stand by. We're K-33 is completing rollout on runway 9. I'm confident that we can control this. Did you see how I controlled that descent? It was perfect. It was freaking perfect. I started the S-turns maybe just a teeny weeny bit too early, but it worked great. I started the S-turns early, and I was able to correct it enough to be able to understand that I was braking too early, correct, and come in on the right trajectory. Year 4, day 183, 109. Year 4, day 183, 01, colon, 09, colon, 39. "100% successful. Vehicle successfully performed S-turn Cape." Phenomenal re-entry. Notes. Long story short. Long story short. Keep nose at 20 degrees plus AOA. 20 degrees positive. S-turn and brake from there. How much delta V is left over? Let me get that. Four. Typo in performed. Did I say preformed? Prefamulated amulite. Yeah. Thank you. Spasibo. Might be good to track. Yeah, sure. I mean, "4 meters a second, DV left in the tanks." Yeah, I'm pretty confident I can control this thing all the way down. We do need RCS during landing, though. I want the RCS in there just in case I screw this up. But other than that, guys, the thing performed great. Is this the one that you wanted to rescue, or the test craft? It's the test craft, lols. It's 10. It's the one that has the advanced control mechanism on board with the cow controllers for the body flaps. Pat it and refly. We will know when you repeat the flight. Yeah, Demo, I hit the S-turn right at the coast. I nosed it up right at the coast, just like you said. That actually was way too early. I'm gonna wait until the mountains, dude. I'll wait until the mountains, and then we'll really bring the nose up and S-turn this thing right back to the runway, dude. I want to overshoot, ideally, every time. It's better to overshoot and slow down when your vehicle creates a lot of drag than to undershoot and not have enough. Sorry, what did you say? Definitely not bad. Admittedly, these tourist missions don't get me anywhere near as excited. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, dude. My S-turn started at the mountain. I just let the nose lift a little bit at the coast. Oh. I started S-turning at the coast. Well, alright. I'm good with this. Alright. Let's go get the welcome wagon, shall we? I do believe that good manners dictate we should send out the welcome wagon. Jet truck! I put this thing right up to 100 by 100. In fact, our insertion trajectory was, our nominal orbital insertion was 100 by 90. What plans do you have for the next flights? I don't want to bring that crew down because I don't want to leave nobody at the station. Because that means we have nobody doing science processing for us, guys. Station's at 100. Yep. We could refill if we had to, if we needed to, Jim, but I ideally do not want to do that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And I have no way for crew to get in and out of this vehicle. Hey, Sonic. Almost 50 months, dude. We have the launch profile fitted pretty safe. Would it be worth doubling the crew on the station and do drop-off? I think it's pretty safe. I think we can do a shuttle with this thing, NASA man. Been a long ride, that's for sure, man. Mighty proud of this raggedy old truck. Check this out. What's that dish? Good landing. Good luck on the next one. You gotta go, okay? Oh. What am I looking at here? I don't hate what's going on here, but also separating this going Mach 3. Separating that going Mach 3 could get a little hairy, man. It's the service module, Sanchai. It separated. I don't hate what's going on here. Also, X-15 looks amazing with Delta wings, if I do say so myself. I just want an XB70, man. Compression lift is something that we very, 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 very much overlook. I wonder what the sonic boom sounds like from... I mean, okay, hang on. Hold on. Can I just check something real quick? What's the flight ceiling on this thing? Would you even hear a sonic boom at 80,000 feet? Honestly, would you ever hear it? Or, like, what would the audible levels of that be? Like, wouldn't sound exponentially fall off with distance? Yeah, oh, I agree, Dish. It makes sense, public. It would be pretty faint, so why don't we just make a super... I'm saying this like it's some easy thing to do. Why has nobody ever thought of just doing this, but instead of having a bomb bay, you just have passengers right here? Shuttle's re-entry sonic booms are about 60k. This thing would leave sonic booms, but it flies at 80,000 feet. The SR-71 did that, and nobody ever complained about that thing flying around. Nobody ever complained about the SR-71 flying around because you didn't hear it because it was too high. This thing goes faster than the SR-71 at the same altitude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm telling you, man, compression lift. Friggin' compression lift. Same reason the Concorde got scrapped. Yeah, this flies 20,000 feet higher than the Concorde, though. It's a whole 3 miles, and that makes a difference with your sonic boom. This thing wouldn't leave any sonic boom. You wouldn't hear it, just like with the SR-71. You wouldn't have heard it. Now, I'm wondering why this technology didn't find its way into anything else. Compression lift is an insanely good idea. If a plane breaks Mach 1 and nobody's around to hear it, did it make a sonic boom? I mean... no, it didn't. Nice. I just got off work early. The poor weather. How did the testing go? 100% mission success, dude. Yeah, Falcon. It's interesting. Oh. Just thinking, you know. Compression lift. Maybe that's the solution to supersonic transporters. The XB-70 was a bomber. It was replaced by ICBMs, and there's no real civilian use. Yeah, except for the one that I just mentioned. And before you say, no, there's no civilian use. The people that made it themselves disagree with you. I want my SST. See? Yeah, there was ideas for it. Could have been done. Wouldn't have left the sonic boom. See, the thing about the XB-70, guys, is it flies faster than an SR-71. Or at least faster than the SR-71's declassified speed. This thing goes way faster. And at at a similar height, actually. But it doesn't even have the turbo ramjets that the SR-71 has. It just has regular engines. Crazy. Compression lift, dude. It folds the wings down at high altitude, and the boundary layer that's coming off the intake right there actually gets sucked underneath the wing, and it creates insane amounts of lift at really high altitudes. So at really high altitude, you have a wing that's a third of the surface area of a wing that you'd need to stay at that altitude, generating the lift that it needs to stay up there so the engines can actually focus on making the thing go forward and not keeping the plane up by flying it like this. The SR-71 looks cooler, though. Yeah, okay. Alright. Yeah, I guess. Does that mechanic work in KSP? It relies on fluid dynamics, so no, it does not. Unfortunately. They're canards for landing, Dish. She got a big tail. If you gave the XB-70 Concorde's wings, that could have fixed that problem. Okay. We nailed it, drummer. Yeah, I got it back down. It was mildly unstable because I did my S turn a little bit too early, so I kind of had to nose it down to compensate. I want to launch another one. I want to launch it again, dudes. Want to start construction on the big one now. Nice, Scully. KC-135. Just watched Zavada landing the SSDO. Looks good. Are you ready to move to human testing? Or you're gonna go straight for Big Chungus? I don't have any way for crews to get in this thing. I haven't made the crew access arm for it. Long story short, dudes. That's pretty much it. We gonna go again? I would really like to get another flight in. Alright, Sun Temple, good night. It was a fun day. The payload system is set up. Yeah, the crane works. I'd love to know what speed the SR-71 could really hit. Didn't it hit Mach 3.3 or something? The J-58s had more digital. I'll bet you it goes faster than that. Why would they tell you how fast their strategic reconnaissance plane that can outrun missiles goes? Why would they tell you its actual speed? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Even if the plane is declassified, the turbo ramjet technology is still light years ahead of its time. Why would you tell its theoretical maximum? That's stupid. But how fast? What's the melting point of titanium? Should give you a pretty good indicator. Interesting, Hellfish. Why not make a crane box attachment to get the Kerbals in and out? I don't like the idea of putting the Kerbals in and then turning it upright and fueling it, dude. Do you? I don't like canonically, I don't like it. You just have a crew variant. I don't know how that solves... I don't know how a crew variant solves my problem of getting crew into it. Melting point of titanium is 1600 C. Well, during re-entry when you hit the atmosphere going Mach 25, the external temperatures on the shuttle would read 3000 C. Titanium melts at 1668. Do the math. I'll bet you it can go faster than Mach 3 by a pretty good margin. I would prefer to have a crew service vehicle, Nasaman, or a crew access vehicle. Or a crew access tower or something. New Seabass animation, Reagan? What do we got? Oh. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, engine stop, contact light. That's cool, man. Sorry, Jack, confused you. The title of the book is Project Hail Mary. I have that sitting on my coffee table, Toto, in the living room. I have to go get it. What does the crane attach to when the crew access vehicle attaches? SSTO will be upright and the docking ports will be occupied. What does the crane attach to when the crew access vehicle attaches? King, if I make the crew access vehicle a lander, then it doesn't matter. Ship will override lander. It's not a problem. It was awesome. Dr. Death, very cool. Gained a lot of respect for Jeff Bezos, too. Guy just gave another $100 million to charity. $100 million. It won't rotate everything? It shouldn't. No. If the pad is set as a ship... no, it should be fine. Wasn't it 200 million? Two different recipients. Cool. 0.00001% of his net worth. Yeah, King, you once again demonstrate the ability to not understand what net worth is, but that's fine. Okay, yeah, sure. How much is going to be enough, dude? That's the thing. The guy gave 200 million to the Smithsonian, 100 million to Van Jones, 100 million to that chef. The 28 million from the auctioned off seed all went to charity. The guy's literally given almost $500 million off in like the last week and a half. What's going to be good enough? Like, I'm confused. Well, Vasia, I covered the new Shepard launch, so that was kind of space news. If you guys want to talk while we're talking about what's going on with this, you know, I'm totally cool with that. You know, like, dude, hey, a good thing is a good thing, and it's good to recognize good things. You don't want my answer with what to do with him, but the correct answer is to tax him into the ground. Well, I'm pretty happy that you're not in charge of anything political, man. I wouldn't want that happening to me. Would you want that happening to you? Did you see the shadow floating, man? That's pretty funny. Anyway, guys, let's not go into it. What should we do with the SSTO next? Hey, it's all good, Dr. Death. No problem. Fly it to Uranus. There's no... Uranus isn't in this game. Your mother is in this game, though. Boom! But she's too heavy to lift off the ground. Boom! ×2. I kind of want to just verify that that descent trajectory works correctly, guys. How's our current curb net? It's fine. Don't forget to dock crane first. Yep. Hey, guys, no more Rule 8. No more. Come on. We're playing Kerbal. Sorry to even bring it up. Can we try a 5-ton payload to 80k orbit? Pilch, I could. I'm not sure if that's... I think that putting the crew module back in and testing going to the station... I don't know, man. Maybe I should take the crew tank out. Whatever happened to Andy Dufresne? I don't know. He crawled through a river of crap and came out clean on the other side. We never removed mass from the hinges. We could get a ton extra from that. Yeah. I'd just like to point out that this thing has brought over the last 5 missions. Wait, how many missions has this thing flown? So it flew Arrow 4, 3, 2, and 1. Yeah, 4 missions. Each time delivering 2.25 up into space. Not bad. Not bad at all. Hey, gang, I said let it go, man. I said let it go, my dude. Let it go, my dude. Let's go. SSDO stuff, man. Alright, so we have 10,000 oxidizer. Yeah, we're gonna need 1 fuel truck out here. So I don't know how we're gonna do this, dudes. I kind of want to install the crew tank in here and send this up to the station and back down. Because I gotta test it. I think the next good test to do here is testing it without having the fuel there. Without having the fuel on board. I have to make sure I can get it to and from the station. Basically, the last test that we did with SN9, before I goosed it into the water, I need to make sure that I can get this thing to the station, at the station, dock to the station, back down, without having to rely on an emergency RCS tank. So, we gotta swap payloads out this time. Yeah, Pilch, I think that's the next good test here. Yeah, sorry for bringing up politics, dudes. I apologize. It's not, you know, like, I get it. Everybody's a little bit different when it comes to that stuff, and that's totally fine. Yeah, I'm trying to not bring that up. You know, trying to not bring it up. Let's move the crane back into position. Gleber. Oh, Death, it's not your fault, man. Part of, like, me redoing the schedule and stuff, guys, is I want to... You know, I don't really enjoy talking about this, like, that kind of stuff, dude. I'll discuss space policy when we have to, but I want to have fun streaming, you know what I mean? I don't... And there's teaching people Aero and stuff, but I just... Let's have fun, you know? Not everything has to be a cynical discussion about politics, you know? So, I've been trying to steer away from it over the past, well, couple of streams, even before I started with the new schedule stuff, you know? Let's just have fun with this, dudes, and go. You're gonna have fun whether you like it or not. Fun is not allowed. See, Pilch, I'm wondering what's gonna happen here. I'm wondering what's gonna happen here if I attach the crew tank inside of this. Don't skip forehead day, guys. Talking space. I don't mind breaking down space policy from time to time in here, Sawyer. I just don't want to do it all the time. I tend to do it when there's like a GAO report or something, but I'll be honest with you, man. I'm still, like, ever since that... Like, Sawyer, did you hear about how the GAO straight up got caught lying? The Government Accountability Office said that, you know, the BE-4 and Vulcan wouldn't be ready by the end of 2021. And somebody said that to Tori Bruno on Twitter, and Tori Bruno was like, how do they know that? That's very interesting. This is the first I'm hearing about this. And everyone's like, well, didn't they contact you about this? And that's what you said? He goes, no, they never contacted me. Very interesting. I just called Blue Origin. They didn't contact them either. So how can they be so sure? Even with GAOs, I don't believe GAOs anymore, man. Like, that's like the worst possible thing to happen for a government accountability report, you know? They, like, how the heck are we, like, wow, way to just take the wind out of your sails, you know? He said it wasn't true directly, so is the GAO full of crap? Isn't the accountability office supposed to be the opposite of that, bros? Like, okay, that's not good. You know? Anyway, let's re-enable the launch rotational controller. Master rotator is off and in the downward position. Take the rotational controller, put it into reverse, hit play. Yeah, dude, we're right. GAO is always worst case scenario. We've seen their claims time and time again with the SLS regarding issues that actually weren't and still aren't issues. And there's a lot wrong with it. Yeah, strange rocket guy, huh? I just don't understand how they can put through an accountability report that says they might not be ready without actually asking them if they'll be ready. That seems lazy in my opinion, no? Yeah, there you go. Hi, Rocket Guy, by the way. How are you? The chat accountability report says you might not be able to read, might not be ready by the end of the week. Any comments? Well, shoot, man, they might be right, but at least you asked me. Shoot, man, you might be right, but at least you asked. I suppose it's because the GAO is an independent study, so they look at the data provided. Yeah. Not sure. Hi, I'm good. Brief break in between meetings. Right on, man. Alright. Take the crane. Let's attach the crane to the pad to avoid any Kraken strikes.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Wait, you're saying you don't want it? EJZA still has no plans for second stage for new spacecraft as weekend deadline approaches, anonymous sources say. Oh, God. Floating disc, too real, bro. Too real. Too real, man. Why are you gonna do me like that? Don't do me like that. Why? McLevin! Why? Why would you do this? You guys smell that? It smells like burgers cooking. Crab shark, nice. I gotta make sure this reads 89.8 or else we're gonna have a bad day, man. What's the root part of the whole pad itself? The structural tube. Alright, here's to hoping. Please, don't do this to me. Pad hopped a little bit, but other than that, seemed pretty gravy, dudes. You guys see anything wrong? Wait, I'm confused. You need to dock those two together? Well, King, I started docking them together to make it so when we dock the SSTO to the pad, right, the crane won't get Kraken struck. How does it not get Kraken struck? If it's attached to the pad, it can't get Kraken struck by the pad, right? So what I'm going to do, what we figured out is I'm going to attach the SSTO while the crane is attached to the pad. That'll make it so the SSTO docks to the pad, right? And then, theoretically, what we tried before is if we undo the crane after that, and then load the payload into the SSTO, that should mimic the hierarchy that we had when we, if we docked this first. But this way, we should theoretically achieve the net same result as if I just docked the SSTO to the pad, then move the crane into position, right? But we never have to worry about the crane getting Kraken struck again. Because when the SSTO docks, the pad is set as base, right? It's set as base, slip, right? And then when we undo the crane, the pad reverts to ship. But what happened before was it reverted to ship, but root part was still being registered as down here. If I take the crew tank out of the SSTO and put it back in the SSTO, that should make it so it ends up being the root part inside of the SSTO, and we have root part on the SSTO and the pad set as ship, and that should make this work. It should work fine. So what I'm going to do now is take the single stage to orbit. We're going to take the K-33. We're going to activate the jet truck, and we're going to push this up there. Base knowledge. We gotta do our scraping of the wings, as is tradition. Yeah, so this prevents the crane from ever getting Kraken strike. You can't Kraken strike it if it's attached to the pad. Same vessel collision is not turned on. Actually, another King is the guy that came up with this idea. King of Beasts in chat came up with this idea, which is actually pretty damn smart. Yeah. We need your help. King minds think alike? Sure. Okay, flip back over to the pad. Take this piece. Okay, that's locked out. Set these parts to heaviest, because they ain't gonna move. Shut the jet truck off. Okay, let's get the aligner mechanism. She docked. Uh-oh. See? Everything's good. Did Gary make it? Gary is ecstatic. Of course he made it. I'm speechless. Rocket guy, is that guy an engineer or what? He's such a freaking engineer, man. For days. Gary, what do you have to say about that? I'm speechless. Okay, great. He won't stop talking. He's so ecstatic. I was so worried for him. I thought he'd have a heart attack from the excitement. Gary is my spirit animal. That's hilarious, man. I can't believe it. The guy's like, they're like, how long have you been working at Blue Origin? 17 and a half years. Who's Gary? He's the New Shepard lead engineer, Tylen. I am capable of human emotion. I am Gary. It's like, alright. Okay. Alright, get the jet truck off there. Can Gary outrun a boring machine? It's possible. Some people think, is such a thing even possible? Well, yes it is. Gary seems scared at the idea of the hug. Yeah, Arian grabbed him and he's like, I do not know. Is this how humans interact? Yes, yes, we are friends now. Oh, that's funny as hell. See, that's just proof, chat. You could be the lead engineer of New Shepard, one of the few rockets that people have actually ridden on, and you could still be socially awkward. Shout out for my socially awkward folks. As a person who used to be socially awkward, working retail fixes that problem. Used to be? You shut your fat mouth, you son of a... I mean, yeah, used to be. Right, Speedy? I used to work retail. I'm still socially awkward. Versus who would Gary lose in a watch in the eyes and don't smile competition? Spock. I'm in the picture, and I don't like it. Alright. Okay, let me back the crane out. We need two things out here. I need to... I need to get the fuel truck out here. We need to do one pad refuel. And then I need the... and then we need the payload transfer vehicle. Yeah. How many fuel trucks does it take? Well, this pad started fully fueled, so it's only going to take one. It would take 3 to fill this up. It needs 12,000 units of liquid fuel. It's a little bit of a thirsty boy, Steven. But yep, there's our K-33 chilling in its hangar. Guys, this thing has flown into space 4 times. 4 times. Never been recovered. And its jet truck. Never been recovered. Thanks. Thanks, Swishio. Thanks. Shag off. I was thinking about it, Steven. Yeah, a little bit of some mining equipment right here and here could really do us right. Yeah. Yeah, right, Cameron. That's right. All right, let's go get a fuel truck. Is there ore under KSC? Don't know. It depends on the seed. There are resource seeds, just like in Minecraft in KSC. Yeah, Clemens is driving the jet truck around, Jolly. She's got a helmet on and hearing protection. It's be fine. It's be fine. It's only Jet. Why you have to be mad? He's a nice guy. He's only Jet. Well, why you have to be mad? Have we started Big Chungus development? After this test flight, I'm gonna get to it, man. Actually, Jack, I don't know. Depending on this flight, I'm gonna put the crew tank in here. And depending on this flight, if this flight goes well, I don't know. I don't know what we should do. Too real, Sanchai. Too real. How long has the current crew been at the station? Year 3, day 352, and it's Year 4, day 182. They've been there almost a year. Just think of it as long-term temporary, Barak. It's a long-term temporary log. Okay. Can we bring back signs from the station, even though we don't bring back crew? Well, Pilch, I got a mobile processing lab. I can just transmit the science and get the same return on it. But yeah, I could. Rockstar added a 70 Mach 1. Dude, I saw all the cars. We went over the trailer, Potato. Oh my goodness. I saw the 70 Mach 1 and the Sylvia and the SN95 Mustang and the RX-7. Holy crap, dude. And car show. That's... Ugh! Why are you doing this, Rockstar? It's like you want my money or something. Oh, yeah. I'll go and grind out the money. Maybe I'll do a stream early hours GTA and just grind cash. Help me! I've been playing almost a day. Wait, did they add it already? Serious? Why don't we have mandated station supply missions? The consumable on the stations is technically data, John. That was our original rule. There's plenty of data up there. They got plenty of consumables. I like the expansion content, but honestly I'm annoyed that they aren't making GTA 6. They aren't? Blue? Wait, where did you hear that? I've been trying to get a hold of a Guinness can since you had that guy on your stream. Yeah, that's Mick, Duber. Finally getting some today. For whatever reason, all our grocery stores carry bottles. Why would they make GTA 6? Why wouldn't they make GTA 6? No need? Yeah. Sure. Hey guys, you might be right. You might be right. Yeah, no need, right? But look, consider this. What if Rockstar right now is making GTA 6 and using GTA 5 as a way to prototype gameplay features for GTA 6? You know, sometimes it doesn't make a lot of sense. Sometimes it doesn't make a lot of sense to do something when you already have something that basically makes crazy amounts of money. See what I'm talking about? Look, I'm not saying that I know that GTA 6 is being developed. I have no freaking idea. It's just... Well, here's the thing. Okay, so once again, I know people are going to disagree with me on this. That's totally cool. I don't have a problem with that. Just consider it, right? Oh. They could have rested on their laurels with Red Dead Redemption. They didn't do that. Rockstar took that money, the money that they made off of GTA 5, and made Red Dead Redemption. They made an arguably better game. Red Dead Redemption is one of the best video games I think I've ever played. It's fantastic. And you know what? I still haven't beaten it. Maybe we should do that on stream. Right? They could have just kept making GTA 5, but no, they chose to make Red Dead, right? They chose to make Red Dead. They added a bunch of new features. They upgraded the engine. It's the same engine as GTA 5, but it's heavily upgraded. Why would they make Red Dead Redemption in the first place? If they weren't, if they were just gonna sit on their laurels, they could just release stuff for GTA 5. I think that's a pretty damn good indicator right there that they're probably developing GTA 6. And if it was me, just like SpaceX pioneered reusability with Falcon 9, right? And then that technology is very much finding its way over into Starship, I would prototype my features in GTA 5. Yeah, I'd do that. That's what I would do. And that will end up, yeah, it does cost a little bit of an investment, but you gotta understand, Rockstar has screw you money. GTA 5 was developed for $250 million. It had a $250 million budget. It grossed $1 billion in the first month. $1 billion with a B. Meaning they could develop GTA 6 5 times over in the first month, and they've been making money off that ever since. It's to the point where they have so much freaking money, screw you. Why wouldn't you? Keep running. Do they have enough money to make GTA 6, implement features in GTA 5, upgrade GTA 5, make Red Dead Redemption, and still have screw you money left over? Why wouldn't you at that point, right? You beat it. You beat the frigging system, dude. Right? And Red Dead is a very good example of that. Just food for thought. Just food for thought. Like, I love Red Dead. It's just not really right for the stream, but I freaking love that game. That game is fantastic. Like, once again, if you guys think, you know, oh, they have GTA 5. GTA 5 is a cash cow. Why would they mess with it? Why wouldn't they? They have enough. They have screw you money. You know? Why not? Oh, I'd do it. I'd do it. I'd do it as a passion project. I'd do it for fun. People ain't gonna not buy it. That's for sure. You'll definitely there's a very, very good chance you'll get a return on investment there. And if you add an upgraded version of GTA Online that has less hackers, right, and better anti-cheat systems, then you can ensure microtransactions for an even longer period of time than GTA 5. We're literally talking stable financial income for like the next 10 years. But once again, just food for thought. People will disagree with me on that, and that's totally cool. All right, let's bring the payload truck out. Real cars in GTA 6? They could afford the license, DV. Seriously, they could afford the license. They could just put real cars in game. Nobody would do it, though. I don't think the manufacturers would give them the licensing for it because GTA is a violent game. Let me see, serious. Oh, I love that car, man. Oh, that's so cool. GTA 2077. Wouldn't that be cool, Golden Goose? I bet you GTA could do Cyberpunk better than Cyberpunk. I have, Duber. The teaser for the 2023 Corvette. Flat plane crank, dude. The thing sounds like a freaking bumblebee. I liked MCLA better, Knight. But Midnight Club 3 was sweet. Yeah, toasted for sure. Take-Two had 459 million USD net income last year, and that was during the pandemic. Dude, yeah, no. They have enough, Umbroso, they have enough to please the shareholders, develop GTA, upgrade GTA 5, develop Red Dead, and fund pretty much every other passion project that anybody would come along with, man. For reals. I agree with everything you said, but think of this. GTA 5 came out in 2013. We're talking Skyrim and Bethesda periods of complacency. Yeah, but Red Dead was developed in that time, Blue. But yeah, I do understand that as somebody that tried to defend Fallout 76 and ended up eating my words. Yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong, dude. You're not wrong. I'm worried, but I think I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, dude. Just this once. I thought Fallout 76 was a cool idea. I will admit, the fact that they spliced Fallout with Quake was actually pretty damn cool. But, yeah, that didn't end well. All right. What are we giving the benefit of the doubt? Sav, we're talking about if we think Rockstar is developing GTA 6 or just resting on their laurels with 5. At face value, it seems like they're resting on their laurels with 5. But if that was my argument is, and once again, we're just having a conversation. Don't nobody get heated, all right? I understand that people are passionate about video games. Nobody get heated, all right? My argument, what I'm trying to say is that if they were just going to rest on their laurels, they wouldn't have made Red Dead Redemption 2. They wouldn't have made RDR2. They would have just said, screw it. Just make DLC for GTA and start raking in the money. Money printer go brrrr, you know? Yeah, and from what I understand, they did Giesen, they did fix 76, from what I understand. Rockstar has also released the enhanced version of GTA for next gen. Well, serious, what a lot of folks don't know is that the Rage engine, the Rockstar Advanced Game Engine, Midnight Club 3 or Midnight Club Los Angeles is on it, Red Dead is on it, GTA 4, GTA 5 is on it. That game engine is designed with extreme scalability involved, so you can just the idea is that you have a modular game engine that you can scale. Hey, Roost Goose. It's probably decent. So yeah, you can release the enhanced editions. You just upgrade the engine as you go, as it scales with technology. It's designed to scale with technology and processing, which is frigging genius. That's a really great strategy. Yeah, like Frostbite or Unreal. Mm-hmm. Yep. Smart. I've never bought a single shark card, and I own everything cool in the game. You can do it if you grind it out, Errol. People are just impatient. It's the hackers that get me, dude. Like, and it's not me. I don't really care. The hackers are freaking annoying, but they don't. I'll be honest. They don't really piss me off per se. It's just frigging annoying, you know. What does that tip message say, Giesen? Well, most puns make me feel numb. Math puns make me feel number. Get that crap off my screen. Yeah, drown man. Yeah, I got you. They won't kill it with a sequel, cavemen. They won't kill it with a sequel. How many people bought GTA 5 that don't play it right now would buy GTA 6? You guys understand, you're raking in more money. It's not just about the people that are still playing GTA 5. It's about all the people that bought GTA 5 that will once again give Rockstar money. A lot of you guys have shown that you're very privy to not buying shark cards and not going with the microtransaction route, right? Would you buy GTA 6? I'd buy GTA 6. That game is going to be insane. You won't, PY? See what I'm talking about, dude? It's converting sales, man. Eventually, you're going to have to offer a new product. Eventually. Absolutely, but you never buy shark cards. See what I'm talking about? You think Rockstar doesn't know that? Like, dude, put two and two together. You think they don't know that? They absolutely know that. There's no way that they don't know that. I don't know. Like, once again, people would disagree, and that's... Oh, crap. Don't. Gleb. Take your helmet off. Alright, I gotta focus here. We gotta make sure we don't blow everything up with payload integration operations. Can we please do an early hours GTA stream, because since I turned 23, I cannot stay up till 5 a.m. Help me, Step Jab, I'm stuck! Games cost a lot of rubles, don't want to spend so much. Fair. Yeah, pray that's for sure. But eventually that cash cow will dry up, right? I gotta move the crane backwards a little bit. Sorry, Omegaton. Exactly, they'll make GTA 6, but they'll have a very precise lifetime schedule for GTA 5 online to squeeze every penny from your bulk shark card buyers. Hence the DLC, man. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Bray. Yeah. That sounds pretty right to me, dude. Why do you have a control surface inside of your horizontal stabilizers? That's for yaw, and this one is for pitch and roll. Splitting it up, Reagan, helped stabilize the vehicle. Basically coming up with a split control surface. Yeah. Not one control surface to do both two things, right? Okay. Alright, we're gonna test pulling payload out of this thing. I agree, Bank. Yep. Was RDR2 that popular? Yeah. RDR2 was amazing, dude. What are you talking about? I've not met one person that hates that game. Everyone likes Red Dead. Is there anybody here, like, unironically, that actually does not like Red Dead? Like, I'm just genuinely curious. I don't play cowboy games because I'm known for playing westerns, drummer. It's overrated? You think so? Alright. I thought Red Dead was a freaking masterpiece. I don't even like westerns. I'm not really that big of a fan. But, man, was it good. Alright, moment of truth. I don't know why this thing wants to skip like that, but it just really wants to. I'll have you know, chat, that this fuel tank has been to space 4 times. I can't explain the up and down movement there, Rocket Guy. I'm not exactly sure why that's happening, but high crash tolerance for the pad basically makes it impervious to it. I mean, that was a hell of a Kraken strike. Didn't damage one thing, nothing even broke. Yeah, remember that part where I said nothing even broke? Yeah. Wait a minute, why did that happen? That should... Yeah, you remember that part? Where I was like, yeah, everything's fine. So we lost structural fuselages. Structural fuselage collided into the... fairing. I wasn't looking at it. I couldn't see it. Damn. I don't know what happened. Hey, DIA, thanks for the host. Did all 3 of them break? Huh. I think it must have gotten hung up on the fairings, dude. I need to decrease the traverse rate here for forward and back. Let's move it down to like 1%. Yeah, that's... I think the hydraulics were tugging on them and they bound up and I didn't notice. The thing is, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to put this thing in there correctly. Well, Megaton, I don't know. It's hard to say. This thing ain't gonna do too well like that, that's for sure. Can you play ATS sometime? Yeah, maybe. It's hard to do with all the deadlines in the Minecraft project, though, DV. Let me look at the clip, dudes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, dude. Should we take the chance with this thing? I might want to just put a new crane out. But see, putting a new crane out... If the pad is shifted at all, then putting a new crane out could cause a big problem. I'm pretty sure we just got bound up. Pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, Rocket Guy. If it's just a bind up, then it's not. It's just your boy needs to pay more attention. And I need to make sure that these things traverse slower so the hydraulics don't yank on the thing and break it. See, it's not a guarantee that I could just put a new crane out here, guys. The reason why I'm like about it is because I've never put a crane out here with the SSTO on the pad. I've never done that. We could take our chances with this thing. It could work. And I could use magnetization to hold it in place. So, Rocket, what would you do? Put a new crane out and risk it spawning in the wrong place because the pad is potentially moved from docking operations? Or roll with it? Kind of don't want to risk the SSTO that I freaking launched 4 times into space. You can drive the crane, right? Yeah, of course. Do you have this thing set up because it's cool or because it has an actual function? It has an actual function, mister, and it's also cool. No, it's part of my rule set. Mission mode is a set of rules that I play Kerbal by to make it a little bit more difficult, and by a little I mean a lot. And part of that is building all the ground service infrastructure. Building a rocket isn't even half of the battle in real life. It's building the pad. Pad is like 2/3 of the battle. Anybody can engineer a rocket. Getting a freaking 22-story building of a rocket to turn upright and then launch and then fuel is complicated. I like building out the entire infrastructure to give people a little bit more of an idea of what it takes to make rockets actually fly. Yeah, Drummer linked up the rules in chat. Is there a way to fix the crane without recovering? Unfortunately, no. I see, awesome. Yeah, I was wondering why all this trouble if the game allows you to respawn. So, Syntax, check this out. This SSTO, right? This is my K33. It's based off of the Venture Star, the X33. This is serial number 10. 10 has flown 4 missions, never been recovered. I've towed it back to the pad every time, and we just put it back on the pad. We can load I can load new payloads in, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm doing integration operations. My crane took a dump, dude. What I'm trying to do is Kerbal certify this thing. I have a crew tank that I can install in the payload bay right here. Right? I have a crew tank. And I want to put that up. I want to put it in the SSDO and do one more operational mission with the crew tank in there before I certify it. But the problem is my crane just took a dump. If not, there's no chance. The Kraken strikes have moved the pad for sure. Spawn the crane way out and then move it into position. Alright, I'll go with a new crane. Well, the crane can roll by itself, guys. It's on landing gear. Alright. I don't think the pad has moved too much. But then again, I could use docking port magnetization to get this to work correctly. Well, Dr. Death, part of the problem is that I have to put the payload into that thing. So undocking the SSTO is not really going to work to my advantage. Magnets could invoke snap docking. Well, not if I keep the crane at a reasonable distance, dude. It could snap dock. Yeah, it's possible. I don't know, man. Yeah, not necessarily drop it, Rocket Guy, but if I force that thing down, it should align. Remember, this is a control point. I have to make sure that this thing stays aligned. It has to stay perfectly aligned to the SSTO, or else I'll have the control point be sideways. I don't want that. And I definitely don't want to test with that criteria either. Can you just detach the bit that's yawing it off to the wrong side? No, I can't, Barak. The bits that are yawing it off to one side had really no problem detaching themselves. Yeah. Alright. You know what? I'll try for another crane. Clearly canceling the program is the answer at this point. Don't you freaking dare. Alright. Glebless will stay in there. Alright. Let's hope that the pad hasn't moved. Could canceling Rocket Guy is the answer? Why would we do that? Should we cancel... Wait, should we cancel Rocket Guy and replace him with Gary? Gary is speechless. Gary, calm down. Calm down. Gary, Gary, calm down. Calm down, man. Calm down. Gary, calm down. Gary's just very ecstatic. He's very ecstatic. He's a very, very ecstatic guy. Yeah, you know, I can't get a word in edgewise with him around. Alright. I should just be able to take the crane and just put it out here. Nobody aboard. Alright, here we go. Moment of truth, guys. Let the record show that no one, including myself, voted to cancel the K-33. It's going to drop the crane. The question is the crane going to land in the right spot? The crane will it'll probably end up spawning the crane a good 2 to 3 meters off the deck. The question is, can the crane handle that kind of drop? Let's see how well your boy built this. Okay. Come on. Please. Oh, crap. Narrator. It couldn't take it. Yeah, the Kerbals are fine. Klebless and Herbal are fine. I just lost a lot of money. I don't know how else we're going to be able to put this thing on there, guys. I don't really have... There's not really another way to do it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Would spawning with the landing gear down help absorb the bounce? I don't know, man. Turn off gravity. Is that a viable... Like, Vasya, that's cheating. Suggested spawning far away and driving it into place. It's a crane. It doesn't handle very well, dudes. Man, I really didn't feel like throwing away that money, but it's alright. How the hell am I gonna get this in there now? So there's the jet truck. Pad, though. Did I break the mold with this pad or what? The thing's a friggin' tank. I don't know what to do, dudes. I need to put the payload into the vehicle. I just don't. Do we want to risk another goddamn crane? They're expensive, man. Pick up all this freaking garbage. What does the TWR have? What does the X-33 TWR have at liftoff? Like 1.3 or something? Do we have any mobile cranes? Not really. Gotta make sure that I'm not selecting the 2 ship icons here. Alright. Oh, okay, drummer. Got it. No, it didn't crack and strike. The crane blew up. I could try gizmoing it down the other end, guys, and maybe it'll fall onto the end of the pad. Who knows? Or it could just explode. A truck with a robotic arm. Yeah, Dirk, that could work, dude, but the thing is I need a crane that can reach overhead and pull the payload out of the payload trailer, the transfer vehicle, and install it in the SSTO, but it's gotta be aligned, man. It has to be coplanar with the docking port because it's the crew tank. I want the crew to be able to fly the spacecraft if they need to, and I can't do that with a crooked control point. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not that big of a deal. I could just put it in there and then just have the Kerbal control from a different point, you know, that's fine, but I'd prefer to test it with it not crooked, you know what I mean? Here, the crane is sitting over there, so what I'll do is I'll move it all the way back over there. Maybe it'll work if I put it over there. We'll see. I'm willing to risk it. It's another 120 Gs. Let me just make sure there's no Kerbals aboard. I'll just call this the spaced crane and... We saw inside shots during the Pressure Ghost one. Yeah, it was pretty cool. No shots of ascent and descent, though, just on the way up. But Mark Bezos did say that, like, on the way up, like, or on the way down, they were trying to do a comm check and they were pulling like 5G, and he's like, they were like, Mark, are you okay? And he's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. You know, like, so yeah, I'm pretty sure the reason why they didn't is because they didn't want to see pictures of them going, yeah, I'm okay, I'm fine. That's not really a good marketing technique, you know. Damn right, Mike. Challenges are an opportunity for success. Well said, dude. All right, here we go. Don't drop it too much. That's Pog right there. That is freaking Pog. I can't believe that actually worked. Oh my god, how did that actually do that? It survived, dude! What a freaking tank! Unbelievable! Yeah, we were just... that was really close to exploding, man. Oh my goodness, it actually did it. Alright, we're back in business. No velociraptors, please. Doink. Bam. First try. First try with this crane. Yeah. Do you have a permit for that firearm? Here's one. This one? He does for this one. What do you mean, this one? See mine. Are you sure there was no damage to the SSTO? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine. Simoin. Damn it, Glebless. No, we had to sack one crane to the Kraken. That's okay. It was in the name of science. Alright, get in there. Never skip helmet day. Never skip helmet day. Get in there, Lewis. Don't you dare say that. Don't you dare say that. I just wanted to thank the fans. I know you were cheering me every step of the way, including the part where I ran my rival off the road. Thank you very much. You have the best fans here. I'm a Ferrari fan, okay? I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. This is freaking torture, man. Stop being so damn good. Oh, we can talk more about it later, Cirrus. It's a decent race. It was fun. You're welcome. Chai, it should be okay. Making up a 10-second penalty is pretty impressive, though, not gonna lie. He should have had a drive-through, man. Drive-through was the correct penalty there. Yeah, not a 10-second stop and go. 10-second stop and go wasn't enough. It's a great drive, and look, anybody here that, and I'm saying this as a salty Ferrari fan, anybody here that says Hamilton ain't the real deal is an idiot. You know what I mean? The guy's really freaking good. The thing is that this time around he made a mistake. And he didn't. He forced the inside line on a guy that was defending the inside lane. That's really stupid. That's a really stupid thing to do. But in his defense, when you're racing like that at that level with this amount of speed, etc., man, all it's going to take is just a blink of an eye before you frick up, and that's what happened. It's very clear to me that Lewis was trying to back out of the corner, but he backed out way too late. He hesitated. Made a mistake, man. Max corrected, and he corrected in time. Lewis didn't correct. It's pretty obvious. Max jerked the wheel because he saw Lewis in the mirror. And Lewis definitely let off the gas. He let off the gas. That's why Max springs ahead at the last second and they touch wheels. If Lewis had let off a fraction of a second earlier, nobody would have batted an eye. He would have got him going through Maggots Beckett's. No problem. I see what he was trying to do. Lewis was trying to set him up. That's what he does. That's why he's such a good driver. He's patient. He's usually very patient with the car. But, yeah, that didn't happen this time. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Shai. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I just really just wish he would just admit that he made a mistake, because that's what happened. You made a mistake, dude. You flinched. It happens. Nobody's frigging perfect, man. If we were perfect, we'd do auto drone racing or whatever. That would suck. That would be stupid. I just wish he made him, you know, just admitted, like, I messed up, my bad, you know, that's all. But, yeah, no, he didn't. It's a great rivalry, and it was a great race up until then. They're both really, Max and Lewis are both really good drivers. Charles, though. Charles is insane for driving that piece of junk Ferrari up there. That Ferrari has no business being up there. And I'm saying that as a Ferrari fan. But yeah. Yeah, everybody's okay. Max had to go to the hospital, dude. He hit the wall going like probably 160 miles an hour. He really hit the wall hard, man. But look, it is a racing incident, but Lewis read the situation wrong, and that's fine. That's okay. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Anybody that says, "Oh, he's a terrible driver," is stupid. He's not. He's a fantastic driver. You don't know how like, dude, he makes it look easy. That's the thing. Guy makes it look easy. It ain't easy. Being cheesy. Goat him. See, now, I'm wondering, because the SSTO is not straight. It's pitched up 1.5 degrees. Why would it be pitched up at 1.5 degrees? Here, hang on, let me get the tunage back up. Do you think the 10-second was enough of a penalty? No. No, not even close. No, he should have got a stop and go. That's a stop and go in the rule book. Yeah, Buffett, exactly. I'm with you on that one. Once again, annoyed Ferrari fan, but guy's the real deal. He's a really good driver. I just don't like his attitude towards things, like not apologizing to Max, man. And this isn't the first time I've seen this type of behavior from him. That's my problem with Lewis. If he's winning, everything is great. When he loses, he blames somebody else, and that's lame. Especially, like, if he had lost this race, he would have blamed somebody else for his mistake, you know? And and once again, that's not my judgment. You just watch him race. Look at what happened in 2016 with Nico. Every time he lost a race, it wasn't his fault. You know what I mean? Just say, look, I screwed up. That's all. That's all I'm asking. Like, if I have to pick a beef, he doesn't give a frick what I think. Like, let's put it that way. Guy doesn't care what I think. Alright. I don't know, Senshai, but it is good. I gotta put the payload in there, Loopy. I was just making sure the SSTO is aligned. I've already flown it today. I got it back to the runway. Keep the nose up. And if we keep the thing up at high altitude and we kind of hit over KSC about 30 kilometers up and we go subsonic up there, then you just nose the thing down and it basically went right back down to the runway. I got it to S-turn and I got it to fly and everything, dude. Now I'm doing it. We're going to do a station test. I want to pick up basically where we left off with SN9, and we're going to do SN9's mission. We're going up to the station and coming back down. If I can get this one down without the reserve RCS tank, right, like what I've been using, then we're good to go. Do we ever test the ingress-egress capability? Negative. Thanks, Ernok. How are you? This is much too slow. So that payload right there, the FLT-400 fuel tank, that's been into space 4 times, dudes. Which I thought, I mean, I don't know if you guys appreciate that at all. That's pretty rad. Taking a break at the terminal, had to run another load. It's cool, I guess. You guess? That's it, Sears? You gonna do me like that? Yeah, that's cool.
Discovery,
Okay,
go
you have
ahead,
some
throttle up.
ski. Hey, Snake, 70-month resub. Thanks, man. "70 months from Snakeorama." Holy crap. What a flight this morning, huh? Pretty rad, man. Gained a lot of respect for Mr. Yef. It bound up again. Crane bound up again for a second there. I saw that. The forward and back needs to go down to 1%. Oh, it was amazing, Clutch. Go watch it. It was really special. Really, really cool. Blue did a fantastic job comparatively to some other suborbital tourist companies. I knew they would do well, and I'm very happy that they did. Effie, would you say you have a plethora of class? Effie, what is a plethora of class? Is there any abort scenarios for Kerbals once we put crew in this thing? Not really. I've done like 30 or 40 tests with it at this point, T-Man. I've lost multiple prototypes. I think we're okay. Pretty sure we're in the clear, dude. Alright. Here goes nothing. You're alright, you're alright, you're alright, you're alright. Don't explode. Let's check what our alignment is. Pitch 1.1, heading 180.5, roll 0.8. Pitched up a little bit. Heading is in the right direction, roll is good enough. Yeah, that's good enough. It'll work. What dock to what? Well, that was pad docking to crane in that scenario. But that's what we want. That's what it should be. How do you get crew on board? I haven't built that mechanism yet, but I was thinking a crew access tower could go right here. Or we could have a vehicle like what Loopy and I were thinking earlier, where we drive it in here and extend it up and to get right into the hatch. Nah, it's better to keep them separate vehicles. Yeah, the mobile airport lounge is pretty cool, man. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave the bracket on here because after this test, we should just be able to pull that thing out of there. Yeah, Snackless, it's cool, but I'm not sure the feather has any application in terms of orbital stuff. I'm just an idle comment. Like, that doesn't matter. Virgin Galactic is not going for orbital, you know? Okay. Crane is in the backed off position.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Gold Falcon, 13-month resub. Let's fly, dudes. Gotta move the crane out of the way.
Should we wait until tonight?
Yep, never skip helmet day. Some awesome pictures coming from Blue. Let me see. Yeah, I agree. Nice. Wally was ready to get back into the capsule. How about Jeff? Hell yeah. I'm ready to fly it again. I like it. Hey. Yes. Hang on. I think we might be stuck. Yeah, Ian, you know what the thing is, dude? Okay, call me a piece of crap for this, I guess, if you want. I watched Virgin Galactics, and that's really cool. That's really cool and goddamn impressive. However, I was like, after I watched it, I was like, yeah, that's cool. That's cool, man. Awesome. That's cool. You went up into, space. It's not totally up into space, but it's close enough. Yeah. Right? That's pretty frigging impressive. Right? Blues feels different, man. And maybe it's because it's more of a rocket. You know what I mean? It's a rocket. That is a rocket. Like, when you think about the effects here, it ain't Crew 2, or Crew 1, or DM2 by any means. But also, at the same time, that's still pretty damn impressive, dude. The G-forces involved, Gleb. Oh, that's fine. She just died. Lovely. The G-forces involved are much more like a real ascent. It's a lot harder thing to do. Do we take that? I don't know, dudes. What do you want? What do you think? It's really up to you. Oh, neat. Yeah, I'll check that out. I don't know, man. When was your last save? I gotta check, Loopy. .601. I'll just modify the craft file, guys. Sometimes the ragdolls go insane like that, but I mean, I've had Kerbals jump off like launch towers and stuff, and they don't die from that, man. I'll just edit her back in. At It's pretty dumb. I wouldn't have jumped her off the leads if I wasn't sure, but then again, sometimes them getting out of the stupid trucks causes problems, you know? It's freaking annoying. We'll edit her back in when I get the crane out of the way. I'm starting to think like any pad integration associated deaths don't really freaking count. Because, you know, it's just such a freaking much harder medium here, you know? I don't know. I don't know what we should do. Maybe not resurrect. I don't know. No penalty. I don't know. I'm just really focused on getting the stupid crane out of the way. Yeah, that's stupid. The Kerbals just turn to jelly sometimes, but then again, I guess I should know better at this point too, but yeah, if you want to give me the penalty for it, I don't really care. I'll take the penalty. I don't care. We have the cash to spare it, and I'm not too happy about it, but it's stupid. It's a stupid penalty. $10K to 15 for medical bills and workers' comp. I'd do that. But that's only really, if we do that, guys, that is only really for ground crew working on integration. If we go by these rules, which are funny, and I think I kind of enjoy them. If we go by these rules, if I go out to like there and a Kerbal dies for whatever stupid reason out there, like on a mission op, like if we're going to recover and a Kerbal dies, then tough crap. I really think that rule should only apply here. It didn't break a wheel, Ghost Rider. This truck already had the freaking wheel broken because these wheels are made out of freaking balloon instead of rubber. Yeah. I like that. Loopy, weapons can just transfer into the crane. If a Kerbal dies, they die. Let's see what the debate is. It's still a life lost. Yeah, alright. I mean, yeah, that's great. You want to be a dick about it, that's fine. Unless it's a glitch. Why do you think we're even talking about it, man? Come on. Sevi, I'm kind of in the middle of an op right now, dude. We'll link it some other time. You're talking about in the area KSP so what? Wait, I don't know. I'm busy integrating the crane. I don't know what you're talking about. So I'll do whatever I have to do. Kerbals do spaghetti, guys. They spaghetti when they hit the ground too hard. But the thing is that that's not hitting that. We didn't hit the ground too hard. I hit it at like 2 to 3 meters a second. Yeah, that's pretty much it, me not. I mean, honestly, I really, if you guys are gonna be jerks about it and enforce the rules to the fullest extent, I'll just take the financial hit. It's fine. It's 250K. Which sucks. I'm not happy about it, but hey, whatever. I'm a little annoyed, but shouldn't have jumped off the ledge. Guys, but yeah, I mean, once again, understand that she literally did the equivalent of stubbing your toe and dying. Like, imagine someone stubbing their toe and them keeling over and dying. That's literally what just happened. See, he almost did it too. Yeah, we're also gonna need a new environmental report. Too real, man, too real. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking, because I've had times where Kerbals would just get out of their seat. They'd unbuckle their seatbelt and they'd die, you know? So, I don't know. I mean, I'll still go through with the mission, guys, and yeah, we'll go from there. Yeah, Gerlani, that's a good point. I don't know. I mean, I'll tell you what. The last time we did this, guys, the last time we had a random pad-related accident, I just brought her back. So, that's probably what I'm going to do. I'll be honest with you. That's probably what I'm going to make happen. I'm just going to resurrect her, because that's concurrent with the rules that we've had previously. So, I'm probably just going to do that. Once again, that's what I've done in the past. Glebless has literally died like 3 times in this save already from stubbing her toe related to accidents. I'm just gonna resurrect her. We'll go into the craft file and or the persistent and just do it that way. It's not necromancy. She's in the hospital. Is going to the hospital and getting a cast for a broken arm necromancy? No. 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 It's not. Is there an option in the debug menu under Kerbals? No. No, it doesn't look like it, Loopy. I can't resurrect her through there. I'll just do it in the persistent file. It's no problem. Resurrect her and give her a week off. Sure, Top Fuel, that's fine. Alright, Kerbal's at safe distance. Let's go. This will be the 5th launch. Yep, yep. Hang on 1 second. That's gonna get someone killed. I gotta not do that way. What the frick happened here? Okay. Alright, let's do a hierarchy check here. Okay. Root part is reading correct. So installing the payload actually made it work.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Draco? So when Grissom? Soon. Okay, the payload is loaded out, guys. I'm gonna try to push this thing vertical. We have some really bad misalignment here, but as we rotate this thing, it should knock it back into place. We'll see what happens. Just remind me after this flight that I have to bring Glebless back. Alright, so that's enabled, that's enabled. The master rotation controller is enabled. Make that forward, put that forward. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, okay. So never put damping on that ever again. Good plan. Let's see. Did it realign? No. It didn't. We are severely misaligned here. I don't know how we got that misaligned. It must have been from when we docked the payload in there. What do you think? Should we time warp? Time warp might knock it back into position. Let's see. This is dangerous. I'm not sure we should do payload ops on the with the SSTO when it's attached. We're pretty aligned, Velo, but the whole thing is shifted for whatever weird reason. Look at the docking ports, man. Take a look. Look at this. I've never seen Kerbal do that before. They're stuck like that, which is strange. Some weird thing happened when we docked and put the payload on there. So when we separate, we got to be careful because we might fry this side of the pad. I don't think it's going to... I mean, we could tip the nozzles. If we tip the nozzles on separation, then we're pretty boned. I mean, the gimbal should be able to compensate. Yeah. It'd be nice if we could lock that out. That's the master rotator hinge right there. Maybe if I lock those out. Oh, nice. It wasn't under the influence of the cow controller, so it locked it. Hey, Desk Neck, what's up? How's the pitch? 89.5. Probably been asked this 100 times. Which one did you like better? Blue Origin. Migu. Virgin Galactic was cool, but Blue Origin was awesome. I like it because it's more like a rocket. It just... Look, you know... I'm not saying the G-forces involved with Virgin Galactic weren't what you'd experience like if you're launching into space, but... I'm saying that Blue Origin's ascent and everything and descent is much similar to what you'd get with capsule re-entry and going to orbit. So I would call that more impressive, to be honest with you. And don't get me wrong, keep in mind, it's all relative. This is all very difficult to do. What about you, Migu? Which one did you like? I'm not worried. Is this a test going to the station? As if you were going to put crew aboard? If you had crew aboard this thing right now, would you launch? No. No, I wouldn't. But... Nice. That's funny, Sneaky. Then don't? Okay. I have to bring the thing down then. We have to bring it down and redock. But when we redock, we have to make sure that we don't strike the crane. Can we dock the crane to the center like we did before? Yeah. You know what, guys? I'm going to send it. I normally wouldn't do this. I'm going to do it, and I might eat my words today. I'm going to do it just because I've had strikes coming off the pad with this thing, and it's been fine. And I know that usually is not an indicator, okay? However, what's skewing my judgment here, honestly, is the deadline. Dude, it's going to take another 30 to 45 to get this thing back down, de-integrated, move the crane back into position, redock the crane, attach the jet truck, move the thing back up, redock it, and send it. I'm going to say we're good. I'll take the risk. And I want to cite that I'm taking the risk under factoring in time into this problem. Just remember that the next time you give me my deadlines for me, okay? Strongback is in the retracted position. All right. This one's going up to the station. We are going to target we got to time warp just a little bit. Okay. Also, the volunteer vacation factored in to an extent, yeah. All right, let's go in here. This is our... If it does this, guys, this will demonstrate rendezvous proximity operations to the station. This is going to be... I think this should be a pretty damn good certification. We'll call this the last orbital flight test. What was the last OFT that I did? OFT 6. Jeez. We'll just call this OFT final. 2-ton crew module. 80 by 80 to 100 by 100. To Liberty Station. It's year 4, day 183, 05, colon 32, colon 00. That should put us in good phase for the station. Payload mass is 1.93 tons. This is the second flight from this launch complex. 108th flight total. This is the 5th flight for 10. Certifying K-33 to the station and back. All right. Long story short, keep the nose at 20 degrees positive AOA during descent until the west coast. S-turn and brake from there. Okay. It's getting real. What's that, Phil? Yep. Tiles on the wings, dudes. It's pretty rad. All right. Okay. We're gonna twang a little bit off the pad, but let's do this. We are starting the fueling procedure. Keep in mind, we have taken note of a slightly off nominal alignment on the vehicle to the pad. Just remember that, be cognizant of that, that's all. Other than that, I think we are totally good. I have to be very, very careful on our ascent. We have to make sure that we do this right. Okay, starting the fueling procedure. Up. Opening up fuel fill and drain valves. Okay. Vehicle's going through transients now. Started the fuel. Started fueling. Almost fully fueled. Okay. We're fully fueled and ready to go. I think we have to push the count a little bit. I think I said 532 off the bat, which means we have 10 seconds to launch, which is not happening. Let me just check where the station is. Station is directly overhead. Okay. I'm just gonna move the count back to 33, and we will go at T-minus. We're at T-minus 1 minute here to flight. Make sure we're controlling from the right point here. Okay, bringing that up. We are at T-minus 1 minute and counting. The next step in the flight here is to do a TVC checkout. We've noted that the thrust vector controller, the TVC is good, but they are clipping. It's just something to keep in mind. Okay, we've disabled crossfeed. Ground gas closeout is complete. Arming the ground side separation mechanism. Ground side separation mechanism is armed and ready to go. We're going to retract the TE now. Transporter erector is moving into the fully retracted position. Rock, report range status. Status check. Go K33. Go OFTF. Clear to proceed with terminal count. Station is currently crossing overhead as we speak. All right. T-minus 20 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff. K-33 on the OFTF mission. Should be the final certification for Kerbal use of the K-33 system to Liberty Station and future stations beyond. Okay, vehicle has completed the roll pitch program. Vehicle's now pitching downrange. This is the 5th flight of the vehicle here. TWR is 1.43 and climbing. Everything is looking real good here. Dynamic pressure is at 5 kilopascals. We are currently 2 kilometers off the deck. No, I mean like vegan SSTOs, Jason. Jeez. Okay, vehicle's beginning the secondary pitch over. We have a little bit of a higher dynamic pressure here than previously indicated, probably due to the lighter payload here. We are now in the transonic regime. All systems still looking good here. Okay, ascent is looking real good at this time. Real good. Stand by for the throttle back on the 2 KS-25s here as we cross 1 kilometer a second. Throttling down. Everything's looking real good here on the ascent. Yeah, I got you. Engine's moving into deep throttle mode. Everything is looking good here. Vehicle's now crossing 1700. We gotta fix the station. We gotta fix the station's inclination. The inclination on it is all screwed up. Okay, stand by. Press for Miko. Mark it. We have Miko confirmed. Beginning engine shutdown. Holmes 1 is required on this flight here. Stand by. Maneuvering systems are doing their job here. We might have to... Boring conversation anyway. Let's get it back to prograde. I'm just worried about pushing the AP a little bit too high, Loopy. Really can't afford to push it any more over 100. I'm out of the maneuver node. Just gotta watch that number right there. Pretty close, Lippy. I'm not sure we're gonna need station fuel, King, but we'll see. I might need to relight the mains, guys. I'm not sure if... I might take the DV hit. We can always refuel at the station, but I'm trying to do this without doing that. That's the thing. But if I'm not too careful, we'll decay. Alright, I'm gonna switch. Let's be safe. Should be good enough. And Starship aft dome was sleeved with a super heavy lower sleeve. Due to this, I think it's going to be turned into a test tank. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it sounds about right. I'm gonna stop here and we'll iron out our orbits our orbit from here. We have 277 left. Man, if I just didn't loft that trajectory like that, we would have had, that would have been a great ascent. But it's okay. We're getting more data on it, and we're understanding it better. We have a 100 by 70 NOI right there. Nominal orbital insertion. It's good enough to finish this mission within parameters. We still have 277 meters a second delta V left, which is great. We got to do a quick burn here, an ohms 2 burn to just iron out our inclination. Everything is looking real good here though, guys, with the SSTO. This is the 5th flight, never been recovered, guys. I don't think I've used anything 5 times in this game without recovering it. Can anybody think of anything? I never used a Condor core this much, ever. I've used SN10 5 times. Never recovered it. Are you going to dock to the station? That's right. The Moonlander? Yeah. Fair. Okay, ohms 2 is nominal. Has there been any launch vehicle that I've ever used this much delta V with? I don't think so. Alright, now I'm going to try to hone in the rendezvous here. No, that's gonna make me go suborbital. Yeah, I think that's right, Loopy. We'll just do a burn. Much more efficient this way. So the station is out in front of me, actually, so hang on. If I set this, let me go in here like this. Let me get the music back up and running. If we go in here like this, hey, Squish, how's mission mode going? And how about that NS launch? It was awesome, dude. Really good. Fun. This Kerbal's been at the station for almost a year. Not as long as you might think. Oh, there we go. Bingo. 15.6 will get us a good rendezvous at 10 meters a second. Okay. K-33 is go for on orbit. It's the what Loopy said, Christian. Pretty much, Squish. Yeah, you got it, dude. I mean, this is pretty much a temporary solution until we get the big SSTO flying, but I'm trying to get this thing certified today so we can move to the big thing over the next couple of days. Because we got some work to do. Yeah, basically, I really need to start big SSDO construction tomorrow, no matter what. And then we're going to power grind it over the next couple of days. Yeah. Okay. Shutting down ohms. We have 230 meters a second delta V left over. Any chance of more 3D modeling? Yeah, maybe, Self. Yeah. I'm not sure you're going to get it this week, dude, but yeah, definitely. No problems, Christian. Not sure if you saw my post in Discord, but there's some cool museums up there I think you'd like. Yeah. I didn't see it, but yeah, I've been super busy myself, man. So we have 232 meters a second delta V left over. I really shouldn't go below 200, guys. That was where we tested before. We really should not go below 200. If I can get us there with 200 meters a second delta V left, we are going to be really good. Yeah, but Loopy, this is such a dang good rendezvous. I really doubt it's going to be that big of an issue, man. Burgozin about Nalka. What's up, Kem? Tomorrow at 10 Moscow time at Baikonur, I'm holding a meeting of I'm holding a meeting for Roscosmos. Added based on the results of the reports from technical management, a decision will be made on the readiness for the Proton M rocket with Nauka for fueling and launch. Okay, decision poll. Nice, Squish. There you go. That's cool, man. 221. Yeah, Luke. Could be worse. Okay, let's orient the vehicle for docking. Oh, I have to also make sure that these thrusters here, these things need to be set to port starboard, port starboard. I gotta be very careful about fuel, guys. That's why I'm just being very patient. I noticed that, hold on a second. I noticed that my side thrusters were set for roll and not yaw. Like, look. This thruster out of the box is set for roll. That's a sideways thruster, not a roll thruster. I wonder if that had anything to do with our instability problems. I'm going to set those to yaw and port and starboard here. No, Hip, no reaction wheels. It definitely didn't help, yeah. Now this one should be set to roll, so okay, that one's set to pitch. What are you set to? Pitch. And what are you set to? Roll. Okay. Dorsal ventral. You clung them off the top. Yeah, it probably didn't do me any favors, Loopy, that's for sure. I'm going to use low Z thrust for this. Careful. Almost out of fuel. I don't want it. Well, I'm not out of fuel. It's just I'm at the point where I might have to refuel it at the station, and I don't want to do that. Okay, stand by. RCS is a little clunky on this, guys. I'm gonna have to dial it in. I never really dialed it fully in for rendezvous, but it's fine. We're at kind of a bingo fuel level here. Nice, Elfish. Caveman cooking. Alright, we're at bingo. We have to dock now. Can't really use up any more fuel. We're at 197. I don't understand why translate is causing roll like that. That's not good, man. One of the translation controllers is causing roll somewhere. I have to look at the RCS again. You bet the KSP devs are watching right now? They have in the past, fam. They know me. Okay. We have a hard capture there. And we're at the station. Oh. Bam Bam, I'm in the Kerbal Effect video talking about 10 years of KSP. I'm in it. There are 3 Kerbals up here. They came up here in this death trap. It's a beautiful sight. Yeah. I'm not rotating the crew. No. I need to make sure that I can get this thing home without refueling from the station and back down on the ground after a station rendezvous. So we're not moving. I'm not transferring any fuel. Whatever fuel's left over is what's left over. Hey, someone. Is the SSDO program fully up and running? Or are we still in testing? This is actually the final mission. Final certification mission for the small one. It's routinely making it into space, someone. I have to be careful with the re-entry trajectory. But yeah, it's making it just fine. If I can get this thing back down on the runway, we're good. What did you transfer? I didn't transfer anything, Zubaski. What are you going to do with that dart? I'm not sure. Right now, it's a lifeboat in case something really goes bad on the station and I need the Kerbals to get away. No, Zub. Yeah, Jack. Alright, let's get KSC into the daytime here. Last, what's up, Squish? It should be Nagwal. If translation causes rotation and vice versa, does that mean the RCS is slightly misaligned? Something is not configured correctly, dude. I'll have to review it. Any reason the station is tagged as a ship? Not sure. It shouldn't be, but yeah. So that should be used for pitch roll, dorsal ventral. Pitch roll, dorsal ventral. This should be port starboard and yaw. Port starboard and yaw. I don't need 2 thrusters up top here for port and starboard. So the back ones are just going to be for yaw, and the front ones will be for port starboard and yaw. This one should be dorsal, pitch, and roll. Okay. Now down here on the aft stingers, let's take a look. This one right here, roll, dorsal, ventral. Okay. I'm going to take dorsal ventral off that one, and we'll go pitch, dorsal, and ventral there. This one should be set to roll. Okay, so let's go over to the other stinger. Roll. Get rid of that. Dorsal, ventral, and pitch. Okay. Cool. this one right here should just be fore and aft. That one right there also should just be fore and aft, okay? Fore and aft. Fore and aft. How do you know what degree inclination orbit you're in? I feel real stupid having to ask this. Just hit this button right here and it'll tell you. Or you could set the moon as target. That's the old school way of doing it. Now this one right here should be set to yaw, port and starboard. Yaw, port and starboard. We don't need so many controls for that. So the front one should just be yaw. The back one should be yaw, port, and starboard. Yaw, port, and starboard. Perfect. Yeehaw. Now that one should be set to roll. Okay. Now on the other stinger over here. Jeez. All right, hold on. Roll. Yeah, see, here we go. There it is. There it is, Squish. Roll dorsal and ventral. All right, that shouldn't be like that. Now this one should be pitch, dorsal, and ventral, and then pitch, dorsal, and ventral. There it is. That's why I ended up burning that RCS right there. Cool. Hey, Laserman, what's going on? Yep. All right. Cool. All the RCS is figured out. Nice. Very good. Very good. All right. You guys ready to go home? Let's do this, dudes. Let's certify this sucker for flight, man. Ready? Yeah, Loopy, we could probably do that. All right, here we go. 3310, you are go for undock. Okay. We have 187 left. Thanks, Luke. Still, though, those aren't firing for dorsal ventral, which is not good. Those thrusters on the top aren't working. I'm wondering if they're occluded. They are. Okay. It's occluding those. It thinks those are inside of the fairing for whatever stupid reason. Man, if it's doing that during re-entry, holy crap, I should probably move those thrusters off to the side here. Jeez. Could we Kerbal Construct move them? Yeah. How are they occluded? It thinks they're inside of the fairing, guys. Have a cosmonaut hit it with a wrench? No, guys, we gotta risk it for the biscuit. I think I have enough. I think I have enough this time around. Okay, we're 100 by 100. Stand by for the deorbit burn. Kerbal. If I wanted to click off of it, I would click off of it. $63.4. Yeah, those thrusters aren't working. Oh god, it's a sign, dudes. It's a sign! It's a sign! Ah! Why, Kerbal? Why? Is this because you took Glebless? Why would you do this to me? Oh god! No! What happened to Glebless? She stubbed her toe and the game decided to obliterate her someone. I'm going to resurrect her, but she's technically dead right now. Yeah, that's a pretty good picture. It is. We have 183. That should be enough to get this down. It should be. Unless I really bork up the re-entry, but I don't think we're going to. Jebel, son, won't you come and not get copy struck? It was the Squidward stub your toe. No, it'll go right to your thighs, and then you'll blow up. You like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward? Oh, yes! Is that what you wanted to hear? I love them! I love them! Sanity check? Oh, no, you know, I lost that you know, long ago. You finished those errands? No, I haven't finished those errands. I will never finish those errands. Don't you get it? Okay, you're go for deorbit. We're gonna go blazing by that station. Do you have the foreigner belt? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Please, for the love of God, do not hit that station. No, we're good. But also my butthole. Can you imagine seeing that happen in real life? I'd be like, okay. Imagine the sound. That's some Expanse stuff right there. I think we were in the keep out zone. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been very illegal. You know. Oh no, not you know what they're doing is loitering. And you know, that's very illegal. Yeah, that would have pissed off a couple of people. Okay, 63 meters a second delta V, done. We have 119 left, 161 units of liquid fuel, closing the payload bay doors. Bringing up body flap pitch control. Negative, Ghost Rider. Pattern is full. Really, Elfish? Jeez. I got a fairly goofy space question, but I'm serious about it. If the ISS is placed at such a high inclination so the Russians could play too, why not just give the Russians an equatorial colony to launch from like France and Guyana? It seems like deeding some dirt to the Russians might be easier than one putting the ISS in an inclination and two building Baikonur. Baikonur was there as their ICBM testing site, so it was there. That's where it ended up. And two, Soviets or Russians? We didn't build the ISS with the Soviets, that's for sure. Also, is it that much harder to launch into an inclined orbit? Not really. It's not that big of a deal. 51-degree inclined orbits is not that much crazier, dude, to be honest with you. I would think if the ISS could be expanded to do some moon stuff if it was closer to equatorial. No, you do not want to be equatorial for going to the moon. You want to be inclined, Arsenal. No, that's actually a bad idea. You want an inclined station. You don't want an equatorial station for going to the moon. You have to go around the Van Allen belts, man. You know, a lot of folks are like, how did they get through the radiation? How did they get through the radiation? Apollo astronauts never get through the damn radiation. Inclined orbit. They went around it. Yeah. It's a belt, not a sphere. So, the Apollo missions actually launched into a pretty damn inclined orbit, and they, similar to the ISS, and they skirted the Van Allen belts up here. In KSP, though, yeah, absolutely. In KSP, yeah, sure. Because that doesn't matter. But yeah, you actually don't want that. Oddly enough. That makes sense. Thanks. Yeah, sure. No problem. Alright, dudes. Here we go. Okay, we have EI. Yeah, no problem, Snoop. There we go. I just did some learning. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, they skirted the Van Allen belts. They did that on purpose because you can't go through them. If they sent Neil and Buzz through the damn thing, they'd come out a freaking microwave burrito on the other side. You don't want that. I mean, I'm sure somebody might want that, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, they made it a thing to send them around the Van Allen belts. All right, control input. So, for the telemetry's sake, in case we need to review this footage. Thanks. Now I want burritos. I mean, when do people not want burritos, Kiranov? Okay, we're looking good for re-entry. Never had a burrito? Oh, you're missing out. Burritos are pretty good, man. It's like if you took a full plate of like rice, beans, and steak and cheese and other things and just rolled them up into a sandwich. Pretty good. Okay. Moment of truth here, dudes. Trajectory is still looking pretty good here. Okay, starting to get into the heavy stuff here, guys. Here we go. Keep the nose down. Yes, Jackery. Sure. Yeah, I know, Prey. I said the first time they went around them. They didn't go around them. They skirted them. That's the right thing. That's the right way to say it. They went through as a scientific test to see if you can send a human through the Van Allen belts. And they did. And all the Apollo astronauts lived long and healthy lives after that, dude. You know, a lot of folks say, like, the Apollo program proved that we can't go through the Van Allen belts. I disagree. It showed that we can and that it's really not a big deal. Some are still alive. You're damn right. I've met some of them. Or one of them. I've met Charlie. That's the only... Charlie, Walt Cunningham, who was on Apollo 7. And Fred Hayes, who was on Apollo 13. So, yeah, I have met some of them. Alright, everything's looking good here through re-entry. Just got to keep this thing high up. How did you deal with the excessive yaw? Well, it turns out, Jonas, that a flying brick of cheese doesn't like sinking into the atmosphere very well too fast. As long as we control our dynamic pressure, it's fine. What that, long story short, means is basically getting over KSC 30 kilometers up and stalling it and then just falling down. That's actually closer to what the real stuff did. What the shuttle did. It's closer to what the X-33 was supposed to do. Okay, still got 100 meters a second left. We have 124 units of liquid fuel. Everything is looking good here. Should be 1900 over the coast. We are on a pretty dang good trajectory right now. Body flaps are seeing a little bit of heating. No problem. Tiles are doing what they should. Everything is looking really nice here. $1,900 across the coast. Still looking real good. Okay, starting the first S turn. We're Dorifto over the mountains, 1500, looking good. Oh man, she's a brick. House, da da da. We're subsonic. Transonic there. There we go. On deploying the speed brakes. No, 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 no. Stay with me. Oh, jeez. Okay. Alright, we're alright. We're good. RCS is disabled. Oh, man. We flew a little bit far there, but we're okay. What's the stall speed? Doesn't matter, we're alright. But I did have enough RCS to correct, so about 200 meters a second is the magic number there, guys. 3. Life. That's enough to correct if I screw it up, but we'll hone that re-entry trajectory in over time. K-33 is circling around, coming in for the runway. 200 meters a second, including the deorbit burn, core. Including deorbit burn. So that's 60 meters a second deorbit burn. We came back with 187 meters a second delta V when we did the re-entry burn. Yeah, also not having pitch RCS there probably didn't do me any favors. What did you think of the static fire yesterday? It's pretty awesome, Novacon. Okay, starting the flare. Ground altimeter is active. Single stage to brick. I'm not sure, Canadian. Give me a moment. $700. $600. $500. You're coming. Gears down. Body flap flare. This one's gonna come down a little bit harder. Get that nose up. We have touch. We have touchdown on the OFTF mission. Shutting out all the control surfaces. Body flap angle is reset. Those margins are not ideal, but then again, if I can fly that thing a little bit better every time, then we should be okay. But man, we can always refuel from the station. Now we know that 200 meters a second is pretty much the magic number. Okay, stand by for wheel stop. Recovery fixed the RCS. Yeah. We have wheel stop. Wheel stop on the mission. Wheel stop. Yeah, that's true, Hellfish. Yep. Well, the Delta V formula will take into account mass, King, so it's just 200 is the magic number. Delta V is Delta V. Don't forget the parking brake. Not bad, dudes. Not bad. I'm gonna call this one good. Conversion to Dragon and dock with it. You can on your save, dude. I have my own space station and my own vehicles here. Alright, let's go check out the pad. How's the pad doing? Fine. We don't sim the Kerbal's mass with this, though. Keep in mind, it doesn't matter. Delta V is Delta V. It'll tell me if I have 200 meters a second Delta V, taking into account initial and final mass. Meaning, the Kerbal's aboard, the counter will still say 200 Delta V. And 200 Delta V is 200 Delta V, guys. Regardless. It doesn't matter. It's... Right? Well, then we gotta leave that up at the space station. Did you watch Blue Origin? Sure. Is going back up to get the Kerbals the next mission? Yeah, I enjoyed Blue Origin. That was fun. Is that Elon in a Wario costume? Yeah, where have you been, Nagwal? That's been there. That's been there for a while, man. I have to send up another crew. That's the thing, so I can get them back down. See last. Okay, this is so cool. What is so cool? Let me see. Oh, I gotta get the wheel stop time. Okay. Good.
Should we wait until tonight?
I work offshore. I missed this marvelous thing. Well, hey. Is the mission log online? No. Not right now. The mission logs aren't on the website just yet, guys. It's something that Drummer and I have to implement. All right. Let's go get Jet Truck.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Vin. 3-month gift subscription. Hey, there you go. Why? 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 Stop! Raptor R2D2 has arrived at Boca. Haha! Nice. Man. Did we like put super glue on this tire? Really, the whole thing can't friggin' move. It was moving a second ago. What the hell happened? Whatever, I'll just put another jet truck out. Jeez. You forgot the thing that I linked earlier. Okay. The wings with the tiles on them. Yeah. Yeah, that was linked already. But yeah, no, it's awesome, isn't it? Seeing the tiles wrapped on the wing is really friggin' cool. Why does the car have 2 jet engines on it? Cernalar, it's so it can move it up the ramp onto the pad. Because the electric motors in Kerbal are about as useful as a RC car's electric motor. I really wish I had an internal combustion engine to mess with in this game, but it's alright. Alright. Okay, guys. Is there anything really pressing here? The thing's still a little bit unstable. I just gotta fly it a little bit more to understand it better. But, I'm not too incredibly, like, oh my gosh, I'm screwed, you know? Like, like when it comes to landing, I'm pretty dang sure that we can get this right almost every time. I can at least get it near KSC, so at least if it does become unstable, I can land it either in the on the ground or near the water. I understand the vehicle enough. Ready to bring down the station crew? Well, in order to do that, I gotta put a crew up there. Guys, I have to get a crew up there. I don't know. Why internal when you have a perfectly working external combustion engine? Rockets aren't an external combustion engine. Yeah, Dr. Death, this was a tough one, man. It's a tough challenge. Have you performed a water landing with it? Yeah. Stupid question, but why do you need to put another crew up? Just no probe core on the station or lore related? I don't want to leave the station uninhabited, even though I guess it could. I guess it could, but it's also grinding science for me. Those guys have ground out probably like 1,000 science while they were up there, dude. I mean, I ditched a couple in the water on purpose, Fistus, so I wouldn't have to land the damn thing. I agree. Alright, Novacon. You gonna go watch the static fire again? Good man. I mean, guys, I'm pretty damn proud of this. Pretty damn proud of this design, to be very honest with you. It's not easy to do that. It's not easy to do this, and it's not easy to make the pad and everything reusable. But you know what I'm seeing? Hinges do drift, but they drift back into place if you dock and undock from stuff constantly. They pop back into position if you place them right, which is a little interesting. I've noticed that the hinges have drifted on the prototype a couple of times, and they always knock themselves back into position every time I go to integrate it, which is strange. The jet truck is the real MVP? Alright, fine. On the old talk crane, you were going to test docking the crane in the stowed position, but never got around to it. No, I haven't done that yet, drummer. There we go. Yeah, Kerbals basically did the Kerbal equivalent of stubbing their toe, and then the game just evaporated them. Well, I'm gonna edit them back in the game. I don't really classify ground-related incidents here as actual Kerbal deaths. Like any Kerbal that's just working on the pad and stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, I still don't want to do it. But yeah, not like that. Man, this thing was up in space, guys. This thing was just up at the station. Can you believe this? Like, I get it. This isn't the big one. It's not the big one. It's not. But also at the same time, this is a pretty cool little small sat launcher. And we could use it in a pinch if we need to. And if I did this right, we should be able to scale this up to the big one, no problem. I really want to see the big one dock to that tiny station. We could just gizmo it. You see, the real question is did it come like that and I didn't notice? Was that like that when I put it out, or was that something from docking and undocking so many times? If it's from putting it out, then yeah, we could just edit the craft file. But if it's from docking and docking a lot of times, then whoa, we got a little bit of an issue. That's probably not a good spot to put those in. These are flags. Yep, flat flags. No, I heard it'd be fine. Thanks for the amazing stream. All right, Senshai, good night. I think it's pretty much time to work on the big one, guys. This thing, what infrastructure do we still need for this? The infrastructure that we need is crew, a crew egress, and a crew ingress vehicle. That's it. That's it. That's all we need. Right? The Chungus Among Us. Yes, I do, MotoKid. Wait, what the hell? How? That's kind of lame. King, let me put it to you like this way. I'm much more concerned with operational capability on both the SSTOs. So, I don't know. I don't understand how that wheel did that, but it's getting a little bit annoying. Maybe I'll have to send Herbal up in the next one. They won't. We'll be fine, King. So I think I can develop a crew vehicle very quickly. Maybe we'll do that. I don't know. Should we do it now? Just get it done? Yeah, I rolled back, Nova. Does the SSDO have a launch escape system? No. Yeah, I heard it's possible. Yeah, the new docking ports were not doing me any favors, man. They basically break the pad. Will you ever use mods? If I feel like it one day, sure. Nice, public. Yeah, I wasn't really sold on it, but I said I would go at it in good faith. And if I'm gonna go at it in good faith, well... It's the docking ports kiosk. They changed it. Yeah, part welder. Sunshine. Okay. Okay. I'm curious, how many hours do you have on this save? I've been playing this save for about a year. Hey, girl. I'm trying to wonder why these panels are stepping like that a little bit. July 29th. Yeah, about a year of mission mode, guys. Come a long way since Imahara, haven't we? Okay. That was pre-DMCA fiasco, wasn't it, drummer? I'm sure that's good for it. I'm sure it's fine. And that's why we have the jet truck. That's why jet truck exists. I'm sure it's fine. It's fine. All these high fidelity systems here, and I have a truck with 2 freaking J79s attached to the back. Sure, why not? Jet truck doesn't care. Look at him. He's like the honey badger. Jet truck just doesn't give a crap. Okay? No, I was just testing kinetic impacts on the thermal protection system, guys. Be dumb. Surprised to see the grass still there. Savage. Oh crap, it docked. What's the alignment? Oh. Alright. Poor jet trucks. Yeah, I usually have to go through an additional alignment step, Sprinkles, but it worked just fine that time, dudes. Are you gonna fly it again? I don't think so, Sam. Oh, I know about the van. The van with the helicopter turbine in it. I friggin' wish, dude. That thing is so cool. Demo, I would love to do that in like the Coronet or something, just because people would be like, why? And I'd be like, because I fucking can. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're not fixed, King, but it's working. Just remember to pick up the stray tool. Indeed. Alright, drummer. See you, buddy. Alright, guys. Well, 10 is sitting inside of its hangar. She flies, dudes. I'm gonna just kind of leave it there for now. It went out of line just a little bit, does Doodles, because I changed the descent profile just slightly, but yeah, everything here is working just fine. The thing flies. I'm noticing a couple of things here after 5 or 6 flights that it's that's sticking out there for whatever reason. But other than that, it's okay. Ian! 3-month gift subscription has entered month 2 courtesy of Bram Nevans. Wubba sub. Alright. Should we dock to the crane to the pad so it loads together? No, we don't have to, Pilch. We can leave it like this. It's fine. It'll be okay. You can time warp right now. Everything is in a safe state. It's just docking and undocking things, dude. That's when the game gets annoying. What's the max payload of this? About 2,000 kilograms, Ivan. Also, this is hilarious. What's that? Yeah, Ian. Seems like I told you that Virgin Galactic cast, man. It's just gonna get a lot of angry people even angrier. So it is what it be, so it do, man. Are you gonna alter the RCS? Well, there's something I need to really check, huh? It's working. Was docking related. They're working now. Okay. All right, guys, I'm just going to leave this here. Just going to leave it. Do you guys want to see what we're going to be working on for the rest of the week? Check this out. So I'd just like to point out, in that Kerbal session, we basically did 2 missions. 2 full missions, changing the payload out on the SSTO. 5 missions from that thing, and it's ready to go. We just got to refuel it. It's ready to go for a 6th. I think the next one might be the crew rotation mission. I think we should cycle over the next couple of days between operational missions for that thing, like getting new crews up there once we build the CAA, the crew access vehicle, and yeah, going from there. I'm going to recover that bracket. We don't need it. Okay, just leave that like that. What was wrong? By the way, RCS settings don't change with control point angles. Some of my RCS when I docked to the station ended up clipping with the fairing a little bit. And I had some RCS on the stingers not configured correctly, demo. My yaw thrusters on the back, stingers, so the RCS that was pointing out like this was configured for frigging roll. God damn it. So we had no aft stinger RCS through any one of the other tests. At all. None of them. So that's good. Alright guys, you want to see what we're working on here? Oh yeah, there's this thing. We should make this work. One of these days. This thing's cool. But that's not what we're working on. Today we bring back the 5B prototype. Here we go. This is what we're working on. This one is going to see some heavy prototyping over the next couple of days. This is an 18-ton scaled up version of that, of what you just saw. It's its bigger brother. Yep. I need to just go look at the fuel tank configuration here for this thing, and I just need to check some things. 4046, huh? With 8 of these? We could scale these down and go with 6 uprated engines instead of 8. Bring that cost down. Yep. And then if I build the aero shell out exactly like the other one, I guess the hardest thing to do would be to build a pad. I have the entire aero shell right here. These are all the aerodynamic pieces that I'm going to need to build the shell for it. And then I have 18 tons of payload. 3 tons for something else, 3 tons for something else, 3 tons for whatever. 3 tons for robotics, 3 tons for RCS. and the payload bay, and we make 4046. 4046. And we could improve that even more. And this has 9 tons of OMS as well. This thing should go. This thing should be real good, man. Yep. It's the big boy. This is Venture Star. It's gonna be big. So it should be an exact replica of the other one. It should be exact scale. It's basically 2 times the volume. It's just twice as big. What's the TWR? Don't know. Unknown. Where we got the crew windows, aka crew module Mark II. Yeah, on this? I don't know. Probably end up doing that. Something like that right there. Could get away with that. Maybe I will. Alright. Well, this is where we're gonna be heading, guys. Just put a few chairs on top of it. You're good to go. Did you build this so you could just replace half the cargo bay with a big crew tank? Yeah, something like that, demo. This was... I basically wanted Freedom 7's capability to be able to move stuff up and down, and that's it. Say confidential instead of unknown. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. It should work. It should work just fine. Body flaps on this are going to be insane, but it should work. And it should just be an exact copy. It shouldn't take very long. I should be able to have the arrow shell done in one shot or one stream. And then there's the 5C arrow shell right there. 5C was a stretched version of that other one. Let me just, on a side note, let me look at prototype 16. Any chance you might start development tonight, or are you heading off, or a racing game or a different game? I don't know, King. We got 9 hours of KSP straight. I told you I'd play a lot of KSP today. I didn't bother doing space news. I'm thinking. Let me think. That's a 57 month from Titoidi. Thanks, man. Jonesing for some racing. Guys, I am kind of tired. I've been going since 7 this morning. That's 12 hours. I'm already 12 hours in right now. This has already been an incredible KSP stream. I think I want to end on the high note, dudes. If you don't mind, I'll jump right into this tomorrow. Because the only reason is because we have Nauka. Nauka is going to launch tomorrow. So you guys get another long frigging stream tomorrow. Check this out. The Russians are going to shoot up the Nauka module to the ISS. Or at least the launch. Launches tomorrow at 10:54. So I want to get up, and we definitely want to make sure that we're here for that. So I got to stream earlier again. But yeah, I'm gonna come back fresh tomorrow. I think yeah, we're gonna work on this tomorrow. And I'll pick up right where I left off when I paused construction of this on June 3rd. And then we have Starliner. Starliner is next week, T-Man. It's on the 30th, but yeah. Can you give me a quick summary of what you did for Kerbal today? I ended up missing most of it. I did 2 test flights. I did 2... Whoa. Yeah, 2 test flights. Aero 4, showing the optimized reentry. I basically got it all the way back to the runway demo using the descent profile that we talked about. It worked just fine. And then OFT final. I got it up to the station and back down without tapping into any of the station's fuel. Back to the runway. Again, I think we're good. Hey, Snap, buongiorno. Did I come in late? I'm stopping, dude, because I've been up since 7 this morning for New Shepard. But it was an awesome launch. But yeah, this thing was working real good. Not covering the Endeavour relocation. NASA is streaming that as well. What? P.S. If you happen to know of a truck, I need help moving an iron thing with rotating stuff in it. Yeah, Endeavour relocation. What's that, Tin? What are you talking about? Oh, that Endeavour. That's live in 9 hours. At 6:30 a.m. I don't know if I'm smart enough to do that. Just sleep, yeah. Snap, if you happen to know of a truck, I need help moving an iron thing. Snap, call my dad. He has a truck. I have a truck. Mine, not really good for that, but... Anyway, guys, yeah, no, I'm probably going to see you guys around 10:30 tomorrow for Naoka. Yeah. We'll cover that for Space News. So, yeah, stopping a little bit earlier than I would normally tonight, but the schedule's all up in the air with New Shepard and Naoka. Naoka is not a launch you're going to want to miss. So, let's see who's out and about and streaming right now. What time zone? Eastern. Let's go see what Taradra's up to, guys. It looks like he's also playing KSP, so let's keep the Kerbal train going. Keep the views high for KSP. We need to keep that KSP dream alive. Keep that dream alive. Keep that dream alive. Tell you gotta launch that rocket into space to keep you satisfied. Down, down. Alright. Go see what Taradra's up to, alright?